Howdy do, everybody, being the Brave here, coming to you live once again, and today we are getting ready to play some Minecraft over on the Stonevania server. But first and foremost, hello, how are you guys doing? How we doing? We having a good day? We having a good, whatever today is? Friday? I think it's Friday. Yeah, because Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And we're going to be having a special stream tomorrow with Natsutora Hinata and possibly Mystic. We're going to be playing Monster Prom, so keep that on your calendars if you don't have anything else to do tomorrow. Which, let's be real, if you're here, you probably don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyways, let's open up some stream beats. Put on some music. There it is. Alright, everything's working. Everything's running. Anthony Tola, welcome, welcome. Saying, oh, we're moving? Yes, today we're going to be moving the Patreon pin because I realized there is a much better spot for it at the Baked Bean Ranch. Having a pretty okay day? That's good. Pretty okay in this economy is good enough. That's all we can hope for. So Rayla says, yay, hi Bean, hello, welcome, welcome. Anthony says, also, you're coming in clutch? I'm very bored. My Wi-Fi isn't working. Oh, no! Oh, no! I'll send some vibes your way to hopefully get it working again. I'll send some streamer magic. There. Work! Let me know if that worked. I can make a living doing that. Anyways, so today I had... Before we get into Minecraft, I gotta yap a little bit. So today I had another job interview. Once again, of all the many that I shotgunned the resume to, one called me back. Another retail store. I went in and the interview went good. It was a group interview, so there was like me and two other people there, which they were really nice. There were two. One was like a high schooler going for her first job. The other guy, you know, just moved to the area looking for work, but of course, you know, it's February, nobody's hiring, so he's in the same boat as me. And they were really fun. They were really fun to hang out with while we were waiting for the person to come in. But unfortunately, it's a setup where only one of us is going to get the job, so they won't be my co-workers. So, anyways, best of luck to them. They were really cool. Wi-Fi didn't work, sadly. Ah, dang it. But anyways, yeah, I had a job interview today, and once again, I'm really good at interviews because I'm good at talking. It's just whether or not they decide to accept me is the issue afterwards. But this interview, I think... I don't want to jinx it, but I feel good about it. I felt good about the last one, but this one I feel good about. Simply because this interview involved improv. Normally job interviews don't involve improv. But she was asking the questions of like, okay, tell us about a time that you helped somebody. Tell us about a time when you were busy at work and you had to continue working anyways. Tell us about your job history. And then final question was, okay, so this store, we rely very heavily on pushing the sales of our store credit card. And so no matter what position you're in, if you're at the sales floor, the fitting room, or the front desk, you're gonna have to sell the credit card. So, I want you to pretend that you're selling me something. Go. And I felt bad because, of course, the high schooler has never been asked to do improv before at a job interview. I told her afterwards, and I'm like, that's not normal. They don't normally ask you to do that. And, the other guy was like, gym membership? And I just went into streamer mode. I'm like, oh, you are asking me to make something up? You are asking me to be a salesperson? Well, look no further. She got to me and I was like, stuff. We all have stuff. As the years go on, we accumulate more and more stuff. And when you go outside, you gotta take the stuff with you. Your phone, your keys, your wallet, your husband's keys, keys for your other car, emergency keys, backup phone, charger, snacks, water. You need a place to put all this stuff when you go out, right? but you don't have enough to fill up a big book bag. So that's what I'm here to sell you today. Introducing, and I pulled out my own little bag. The tiny book bag. It's a book bag that's tiny, and you can fit all of your daily needs inside of it. Your medications, your keys, your wallet, your phone, and they all come in a variety of styles and colors so you can mix and match them with whatever outfit you have on. We got plain black to go with your regular outfits. We've got Hello Kitty patterns to go with your more fantastic outfits. We've got camo if you don't want to find it ever again. And you can buy it all for the low price of $12.99. If you want a collection, you can get 3 for the price of 2. And she gave me an applause afterwards. She was like, that was really good. So I'm like, if the entire point of the job is to sell credit cards, and that was like the key question to see if you're able to sell stuff, I think my silly goose energy may have come in clutch. So we'll see what happens next. Full summon the spirit of Trader Scar? Absolutely. I summon the spirit of Coppercore Bean. Where do you think I got it from? Well, that was fun. Like I said, I've never had a job interview ask me to do improv before, so I think just by that alone, I may have gotten it. But also afterwards, I went for a little adventure and checked out the stores that were nearby, and one of them, turns out they were having like an art fair thing. You know how like usually in the spring or summer they have like outdoor art shows, and you got all the tents and the booths and people selling their like handmade stuff. I went a few stores down, and it turns out one of the stores was having like an indoor art fair set up in like a warehouse thing. I'm like, oh, this is cool. It's basically like a Comic-Con, except it's just entirely artist alley and people making cool jewelry and stuff. So I wandered around there for a little bit, got to say hi to some interesting people. I checked out some paintings, some wood carvings. Zen says hi, hey Bean, hello, welcome, welcome. Crafter Chen, welcome, welcome as well, hello. I am recounting my tale of today. I found an indoor art show. Art fair, not a show, but an art fair. So you had people in the tents and the booths, and they were selling their wares. And I managed to get some pretty good stuff. So my ears aren't pierced, but I had them pierced ages ago, and then they closed up. And I need to get them re-pierced. Wheeling around, yes! Thankfully, like, the aisles are, like, big enough so I could scoot through. I almost got stuck in one because I couldn't back out, but I had to do my vocal beep beeps to make sure I didn't back into anybody as I got out. But I found some really cool handmade stuff. I got some handmade earrings for when I do get my ears re-pierced. I think these are gonna be cute. I got one of these little 3D printed lizard guys. Look at that, look at those eyes. I need a name for him. He's really cool. Look at that face. That's a very Felix-esque face. Let's see if I can make it focus. Nope, he's gonna be blurry. 10 out of 10 lizard. Yeah, look at that, look at that, look at those colors. Look at those colors. Look at this little guy. Look at these 3D printed. So you look inside, you see like little chains where they had to like break them apart to make them wiggle. Very cool. Very cool little guy. $10. And now he's gonna sit here on my desk. Can I put him here? He's gonna fall off if I put him here, but maybe... Oh, you can't see him. Unless I do that. There we go. He'll be out of frame. I'll keep him next to the monitor. Yeah, I need a name for him. Maybe Goober. He looks like a goober. Oh, I 3D printed one of those for my son. Cool. Yeah, they're really fun. And then they make a nice little sound when you click-clack them around. There were bigger ones and like really long ones, but like I said, this guy was part of a little $10 pile. And also, unfortunately, the author wasn't there, so I didn't get a chance to say hi to her. But there was a tiny little table, and very clearly, with pictures of what was clearly somebody's OC fan art. And it turns out this person is trying to raise funds to get their book actually published. So these are like just like printed through like a local company. And they've got a Ko-Fi open to like see if they can get it sent to like an actual publisher. So like I said, they weren't there, so I could talk to them about it, but I saw they had their books out and they were trying to raise money to get it funded. So like, I'll take a book. Guardians and Keepers of Myth. So it seems like a fun little fantasy dragon story. So I'll be giving this a read. But the author, you see them there, Emily Davis, if you want to look up this book and see more about it for yourself. So I'll give it a read and I'll report back to you. But yeah, they've got a Ko-Fi, so if you want to look this up and go throw a dollar or two their way, that'd be nice. Support your small artists, support your local businesses. It's days like these where I wish so badly that I was rich, because I would just drop $50 on everybody's table. I would, so badly. But that will come later. So yeah, pretty exciting day. Job interview, and then I found some neat little treasures. Well, let's switch over here. Open chat on there so I can see it. And there you are. Beautiful. Let's hop on in to some Stonevania. Also, did you guys see the announcement that I made on posts earlier? So the thing that I've been hinting at for a bit has finally been officially announced. So I am going to be a part of this year's Creator Carnage, which, if that's a new phrase to you, it's basically an MCC for smaller creators. And if you don't know what MCC is, that is Minecraft Championships, which is kind of like a little Minecraft Olympics for like the big dogs, the big creators. But I'm going to be a part of Creator Carnage. It's going to be a set of games to determine, you know, who's going to be the winner at the end of the night. And that'll be on Sunday the 22nd. I am with the Cyan Clerics team. And still 10 teams, I believe. 10 teams. Yeah, like they got the colors and everything. So they got the cyan, the blue, the green, the lime, the red, the orange, the yellow, purple, the pink. So I guess that's 10. Oh, I gotta give a hello. Oh. Like I said, that is going to be on Sunday, the 22nd at 8 p.m. GMT. So if you want to look up 8 p.m. GMT and translate that into your time so you know what time I'll be going live 1 p.m. my time, which is Mountain Time. So if you want to do the math to set a timer, I will be going live. I'll be streaming the entire event. Win or lose, it's gonna be fun. I hope to see all you guys there. This also means that next week you're probably going to be seeing me play MCC Island. And what's the server with a bunch of mini games? Is that Hypixel? My friend had me play with her once, but there's like the server with a bunch of mini games. That's not MCC Island, that's the other one. I think that's Hypixel. But I'm going to be playing a bunch of those and live streaming that as I practice my parkour and battling skills, because I don't know what the games are going to be. I definitely want to watch the VOD of somebody who was in the game previously, so I get an idea of what the games are going to be, so I'm not completely surprised. But I'm definitely going to have to do a little bit of training to get used to all of the swinging and the sorting and the building and the thinking and the fighting that's gonna go on. I should probably learn how to use a trident and a bow, so I feel like those are gonna be important. I can use a shovel, but I don't think terraforming is gonna be an event. Oh, if it is, I'm gonna win. If picking up dirt is an event, I'm gonna get gold. It's very fitting that this is starting up during the Winter Olympics, because this is Olympics for people who don't go outside. Sorella says, I'm playing Hypixel right now, actually. There are a lot of mini games, but it's all 1.8. Okay, so it is Hypixel. So I'll probably hop on there and just run through the games to get used to doing stuff like that. Because I feel like Creator Carnage is going to involve games of a similar caliber. And I'll see if I can get some of the other team members to join me. I gotta ask, I think a few of them have done Creator Carnage before, so I'll ask them what to expect. But I put all of their links in the community post, so if you want to go check out my teammates, you can go follow them through the post. But that won't be for another 2 weeks. So we got tomorrow's 14 and then 15. Yeah, tomorrow. And then this coming Sunday is the 15th. And then next Sunday is 22nd. Gotcha. So, that's some stuff to look forward to. But right now we're here on Stonevania and we've got a job to do. Because you see this pen over here? This Patreon pen full of all of you lovely members? It's in the wrong spot. At least I recently discovered it's in the wrong spot. Because you see right here, we have train station. We're gonna have the train tracks going this way. And then as soon as you get off the train, you're gonna walk this way and then the town's gonna be here. And then the town's gonna keep going until you get all the way back here. And over here, we got the barn. And I realized that this town would probably be better set up if Patreon pen was picked up and moved over here to the barn where we've got, you know, actual animal supplies here. Because it doesn't make sense to have barn full of animal supplies and then horse pen right next to it, and then all the way on the other side of the horse pen, the other pen of animals. So it would make more sense for that pen to be over here next to the barn, next to the supplies, you know, just thinking of like common sense. You don't want to walk too far. And also, it would make more sense to come off of the train into the train station, out into the town, and then have a building be immediately here. So once we pick this up, I think this is going to be a good spot for a general store. We're going to have to pick up the grass and put down more packed mud. I just realized. But I think right over here is going to be a good spot for a general store. So you get off the train, you come on out, and you go and buy your boots, or you're like, oh, the sun's really bright out here, I need to go buy a hat. And you go buy a hat. And then next to it is going to be our bank. Do we want the bank to go here? That's part of what we're going to do today, because picking up the pen won't take too long. But what I also want to do is mark out where I want the buildings to go. Because we did quite a lot of work with our terraforming and making this hillside look a little bit better than it did before. We've still got some work to do with the sand over here. I think we could just turn that into dirt and then have this be like a smooth transition into the sand. And we still got some water to close off over here if we want to, but I think that little lake looks good for now. We don't need to get rid of that yet. Bean's already developing zoning laws. Yes, I am! So now I'm thinking we're gonna have general store, bank. I took a screenshot of like one of the towns from Red Dead Redemption so I could get ideas of like what buildings to make. I definitely want a hotel to be close to the train station, because you don't want the hotel to be all the way on the other side of the train station. When you get off the plane at an airport, there's hotels just right outside of the airport. As soon as you get off the plane, taxi takes you right to a hotel. You don't want it to be too far away. So you get off the train, there should be a general store, there should be something else, maybe a small store, and then I think over here, my heart is telling me that this spot here will be good for a hotel. But for the next episode, thematically, I want to build a bank. So the bank's going to be the first building, but we need to establish where the other buildings are going to be before we can build it. Does that make sense? It don't matter. It don't matter if it makes sense or not. I'm doing it anyways. Let's see. My inventory is, once again, full of dirt. So let's mosey on over here. My headphones are poking me in the head. You know how like hats will have like the little button on top? Sometimes if the headphones poke it just right, they like slam it into the top of my skull and it hurts. So I gotta scoot it. There we go. I forgot I have my toolbox over here, which I did just fill with dirt again. I've got my gold carrots, and I still got all my cool little gifts and stuff from Lint from Christmas. But I think for now we just need an empty box to fill with dirt, and this will do. That's my carved pumpkin hat, and now James made me a new one. That's a diamond helmet. Look at that, look at that. I switched into my regular skin for Pokemon and I forgot to change back. So you're getting my normal skin of the shorts and the pink hoodie today. Boop. And let's get rid of the dirt, get rid of the dirt, get rid of the dirt, get rid of the dirt. Granite. A little bit of dripstone. Boop, boop. And a shulker box full of dirt. Now I need an axe. I need an axe. There we go, there's our axe. And in the barn, we should have leads that we can use to tie up the more wandering ones. So that's gonna be 2 horses and a sheep. So we need 3. Everybody else is sitting down. There we go. I'm still really proud of this. Like the lighting, the ambiance, the setup of the chests is really cool. Got 9 leads. I'm just gonna hold on to all of those. The Blewett barn, yes. Every time you see that, I just hear the Game Grumps audio of them imitating Palpatine, going, "Do it." I blew it. I need to put some footwear on. Shoo it. Oh, I should probably tie them up first before I get rid of anything. Come here, Buck Rogers. Oh. Sandorian. Oh. Tayub and Mr. Skelleboy. Oh, and Shibuyan. Let's give Shibuyan a name today, because I realized we have the name tags to do it. There you go. So all of our walkie boys. And where'd you go? Come here. Come here, buddy. Oh, there you go. And everybody else is sitting down. If you're new to the channel and you would like to have your name featured on an animal here in the Patreon pen, you can head over to my Patreon at Being the Brave, and you can select from the different tiers available. We've got cats, we've got dogs, we got sheep, we got horses, we got cows. And if you want something specific, all you gotta do is send me a DM and we'll figure something out. Ooh. Also, merch store and commissions. Thank you, Anthony. I want to see if the iron golems attack these guys. You can't put a lead on a golem, can you? Oh my gosh! You can put a lead on an iron golem. When was this a thing? So I'm wondering, does he attack them like a mob? He does! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! We gotta run these bandits out of town. No, wait, I think they killed him! No, they did! Oh. Golem's last stand at the Baked Bean Ranch. It was just like the cowboy shootouts of old. Put that there. I gotta do that. I gotta get the a pair of crossbows and just have someone in here to do a 10 paces turn and fire. What? Oh, I forgot about the bees. I can't forget about the bees. Oh, and there's water under here. A lot of this place is built on top of water, so the majority of the land is just 1 block big. Can I grab that without falling in? No. It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. Just how baked is this bean? It's a constant temperature of 95 degrees. So yeah, it's pretty baked. Also, if we have time, do you want to check out the cool spawners and portal that I put on the map for some reason? Specifically to go explore during a stream? Because it keeps popping up in my view during videos, and I'm like, I should probably go explore that so I can take that marker off. I just realized this means we're gonna have to move all of our flowers too. We'll get there. Do it. Yeah. We'll move the pen first. See what terraforming we're in the mood for. Now we gotta zone out. Not like that. We gotta zone out where we want to put our buildings. And we can do it using the planks of whatever wood we decide. Because again, for this town, the point is that I'm trying to get better at building and just focusing on shapes. Making houses and structures out of just the blocks that are available to me. So I'm not focusing on color or texturing or anything for the houses and the stores. I'm going to be focusing on shape and form, which means that each building, each house, and each store is going to be made out of a specific kind of wood. So we have the train station that's made entirely orange, the Blewett barn made entirely of crimson wood, and we got the pens, which are kind of following the acacia orange wood style, and the bank's going to be made entirely out of birch. I already know that I want the hotel to be made out of pale oak because that's going to be the biggest building, and that's the wood that I have the most of because I have a bunch left over from Halloween. Everything else is kind of still up for grabs. We can use, not crimson wood, warped wood to make a blue building. Should be cool. I feel like jungle wood would be good for a general store. We'll take a look at different kinds of woods available. Oh, we gotta have a pink one. Because we got cherry wood. We can have pink building. We gotta make that a special one. Like not a saloon, but a salon. That alone would be funny, to have a saloon and a salon right next to each other. Absolute hell for dyslexics. I wanted a drink and I got a haircut. There we go, so now we got the fences. We got defensive. Where's a goods? Where do you guys want to go? 'Cause grass is nice and green over here, And I think, even though I did put it in order with Dadman to get like 6 shulkers of dried mud specifically to replace the green with mud, I think having the Patreon pin over here will help half that work. So then we can focus on putting all of that excess mud over in the actual town itself. And over here can still be kind of grassy. So where do you want to go? Let's start with the front. So we got barn over here. That's kind of the edge of the barn. So maybe a few blocks up, like that. But you don't want to be that close to the nether. We're gonna scoot. Right there. And how big do we want it? It doesn't need to be too big because with the horses, we got like 1,000 horses. In Patreon, we only got like 10, slightly more than 10. So we don't need a whole lot of room, but we still want it to be nice and comfortable. And we need space in the back for the bees. For all of our bee supporters. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I haven't picked up Stardew Valley in a while. Cause I just realized my playthrough of Stardew Valley only lasted like 5 episodes. But that would be a fun one to pick up again. I think this is lining up perfectly with where the pen over there ends. Like I said, I know I haven't been like focusing on making videos lately. I've really been focusing on streaming. And that's just because I've been big stressed about jobs and such. I've been focusing on that. And when you're focusing on something big like that, like, you know, hunting down a job and like getting assistance and stuff, it kind of takes up a lot of your brain and you don't have much power left to edit an episode. But sitting down to stream, that's something I can do. And it's a big stress reliever. Sitting down and hanging out with you guys. Yep, there's one of the bees. Let's see, which one are you? Which one are you? Dan. Hi, Dan. Oh, and the honey's ready. I keep forgetting that we have the power to harvest it. Now the question is, in order to pick these up, do I need Silk Touch? Or can I just smack it? Because I don't want my Patreon supporters coming after me. The bee's still a bee. I don't think I need to do the thing where you put smoke underneath it, because that's just for the nest. I don't know enough about bees. Me neither. We might have to just screw around and find out. And just dive for the water. If something goes wrong. Wait. I don't have Silk Touch on it. I need the gate. Excuse me. I'll be back. Up and over. We'll get another gate eventually. Right now we got that. I don't have anything I can jump on. Oh well. We got our little opener there. Whee! Hold on. For some reason in the sky that mule looked like Max. I'm still missing... There you are! For some reason Max is tied up right there. I was about to say I'm still missing Max, but for some reason Max is tied up over here with the polka dots. Okay. Guess we found him. Hi boy, Max jump, there you are. What are you doing over here with the spotted ones? Did I tie you up and forget or something? Or did somebody find you and put you there? Either way, I'm gonna grab you. And in true cowpoke style, I'm gonna ride and I'm gonna pull you along with me. There we go, I feel like an actual cowboy now. Look at that, I'm herding the sheep. Come on, Max jump. Max jump. And sheep can make it through. There we go. Sandorian, welcome to the new and improved Patreon pen. I'm gonna tie you up over here just so you don't walk out. And we'll decorate this place as soon as we get everybody in. We're gonna make it look all nice and pretty. Max was mingling with commoners? I know. How dare he? I also realized I could probably fix the fence on the horse pen, because right now it doesn't really have a consistent shape to it, because like you got the back end doing that, you got the front corner doing this. So I could probably nudge this in a little bit. Although I don't want to encroach on the pond. But I could probably adjust this to like come out this way and look a little bit neater. Sorry, I'm yawning. It's only 7 o'clock here and I'm already tired. Here we go. Buck Rogers, you're next. Hey, Max. Alright, we're gonna go this way. I got you, I got you. I know that chronic exhaustion is definitely a part of the whole Ehlers-Danlos family. The family tree of symptoms. Oh, you're not tamed yet, Buck. Here. There we go. But I still can't steer you because I don't have a saddle. Max, I might need to borrow yours. There we go. Give me 1 second. Just so we can make the jump up and in. No. E. Remove. Shift off. Lead. There we go. I'll go put you over here. Boop. There we go. Thank you, Buck Rogers. Max, I'm sorry I got your saddle. Oh, you're naked. You're naked. Boop. Question, how does Joe fight in your mind? Joe Hills. Ooh, I imagine... I need to watch more of his videos to see what he prefers weapon-wise. But I imagine either sword or bow. And also water magic. You already have a saddle, Skeletones. You're good. Sorry, Shibuyan. Look at you, you're stubborn. You're facing the wrong way. Come on. Turn around. Turn around. There you go. Yeah, either... I imagine Joe Hills fights with either... sword, bow and arrow, or waterbending style magic. Dude. It's really hard not to call the magic in the story like bending, because that is kind of what I'm looking off of for at least the element type magic, like the water and the earth bending. But it's like, yeah, basically he's a waterbender. I call it like hydrokinesis, but they're basically just waterbending, like in Avatar. Come on, Shibuyan, and while you're over here, let's get you a name tag. And then we'll pick up all the dogs and cats. And then we'll see what happens with the bees. You're being stubborn too! Turn around! This way. There you go, thank you. Can you go through single block? You can, which is weird. The cows register as being smaller than horses, but I guess when you see them next to each other... Yeah, that is a smaller animal, even though in real life... they're pretty even. Cows are heftier. Strange. Very strange. But... And back we go, and I'm gonna keep Max Jump in the Patreon pen so that I don't lose him again. Because even if I keep him in the pen with the regular horses, there's so many of them in there that I'm not gonna be able to find him if I need to ride quickly. Here we go. Luffy Tick? You have no name yet, but if somebody wants to claim this cat and have them be named after you, I think that's the $4 tier. Board Ouija, Ninja Stars, P-Rex Projects. What else? Any more? Any more? Did anybody get scooted underneath the tree? I think that's it. So if I just walk on over to the pen, you guys should follow me. Come along, my buddies. Look at this posse. Look at that posse. So I have a sheep tier, a cow tier, a horse tier. I don't have a pig tier. I don't know if people would want a pig tier. We could if someone requests it. It'll probably be the same price as like sheep tier. Goofy Tick, P-Rex Projects, Board Ouija, there you go, and you guys are the guardians of the livestock. And I'm gonna shut the door and I'm gonna unleash all of you. So you can wander freely, and I'm gonna go see what happens when I hit a bee's nest. Hopefully nothing bad. And we'll get you your name tag, Shibuyan. Max, you stay here. Yeehaw! Doofenshmirtz-esque voice. You making fun of my voice. I could also have a villager tier. If people want to have a villager named after them. I know Mossy... It was either Mossy or someone else requested a bat. But I've never seen anybody catch a bat before. So I don't know if you can put them in a boat. Or... if you could put a lead on him somehow, like an alley. Dying. I'm gonna open this up to the water underneath. Nope, that one doesn't have water in it. Like a villager in the pen or a villager in the town. The villagers in the pen will become the villagers in the town. We're gonna put them in charge of the shops and stuff. No, where's my water? There we go. So in case of bee emergency, we're gonna dive right into this hole. Okay, they're both out, so... Ouch! I've already been poisoned. Where is Angry Bee? Where is Angry Bee? That one still looks kind of angry. Do I need to wait for them to go inside and pick it up? I don't want to kill them. Hello? Go inside. Please, Brian. Can I like bop you into it? Bees die after they sting you. Oh no. Oh no, wait, but I saw two of them over here. And we just had two. I'm gonna wait for him to go inside. So in the meantime, we can just pick up some of the flowers. We'll do a little bit of lawn mowing. Oh, I missed one! Hey! You're all the way in the grass! I didn't see you. That must have been one of the kittens, and then they just got pushed over here. I think he's inside. Nope! Oh, I didn't pick it up. I heard him go overhead. Oh, he's still mad. I'm gonna make the cat sit down. I don't want him to accidentally get the cat. But I don't want this to despawn either. Oh! Okay, he's going in the different direction. And I really like this table. So we're gonna keep that. And once I put it back down, they should be able to find their way back to it. If I put down the hives and the flowers, or if not, I can just hold a flower and then walk them back over there so they know to go in. Set their spawn there. Dan's angry! Yes! You should calm down in a bit. It's okay, it's fine, it's fine! Come here, kitty. Because then if somebody wants to give this baby a name, the $4 tier at patreon.com/bethebrave. So we'll put the bees over here. Boop boop. And we'll do what we did last time. We'll put a little flower in between them. I like that. Ah, it's raining. It's raining on my Patreon supporters. How dare you? I'm getting mad on your behalf. Let's put down some roses. Oh, you need to sit down, so you don't keep following me. Boop. There you go. We crave moisture. Yeah, I guess. I guess you guys gotta get moisturized, especially you with your dry bones. There we go. Got the flowers all around the pen, and now let's scatter these around. We'll put these around the edge. And I'll bone meal them to make some more, put over there. Put lilacs up here, and these on this side. Boop. Very nice. Scatter those around. And then some nice pink flowers. Some nice pink flowers. I felt bad. My roommate bought a bouquet of flowers for her girlfriend, and she was, holding on to it here, of course, and she had them up on the counter in a vase, and both Felix and Laddie, her own cat, would not leave the flowers alone. They kept hopping on the counter to try and take bites out of them or just sniff them. And she was getting so pissed. She was like, "Boys, stop! Those are for my girl! Those are for my girlfriend! Leave them alone! You can't eat those!" And the cats were just like, "We crave flowers. Delicious to munch on." They were saved at the end of the day. But not after a few bite marks had been added to the leaves. So now where are the bees? Got one. Got a bunch of pollen on you. Dan, where is... Did I just get teleported? What was that? Okay, so after I got stung, I did see 2 bees. So I don't think Mother of Trucker died. But we might need to pull out the camera drone to look for her. Let's get Dan back in the pen for tonight. Beep beep, come here. Come here. Follow me, follow me. I gotta do the stutter steps, so I don't step too far ahead of you. There you are. I don't know where your buddy is. We'll see if we can find her, and if not, we'll just have to go on a hunt for another bee. Double Guy James, hi Bean! Hello, welcome, welcome! I see you just hopped into the game. What are you up to today? So Anthony says, I have doodled an odd creature. I settled on a chicken with human arms and legs, and then realized it's just Hina. You got that right! Oh, I'm actually starving to death. I love it. I love drawing odd little creatures. I gotta remember in Cobblemon, I need to hunt down a Torchic so I can name it Hinata. I'm upset. Twitch keeps sending me like notifications, of course, of like when people go live. It sent me a notification for like everybody except Hina, and I missed her own stream. I'm upset because I'm like, that's the one person that I want notifications for. No one else. I'll watch the VODs for like Tango and Cleo and the rest of them later. I want to heckle Hinata live. But that's good you're drawing. Like I said, doodling silly things is a very good way to start. Oh, come on over here. I'm gonna guide you purposefully to the hive so that you know that that's your home. There you go. Okay, so now let's sit in here for a little bit. James says armor stands at the park, making it more alive. Cool. I'm looking for a bee. We might make a stop over there just to walk around and check it out. James, you might know this. So in Minecraft, when a bee stings you, even if it's name tagged, if a bee stings you, does it die? Because while I was moving the bees over, I got stung by one. But when I turned around, after being stung, I still saw two. Unless mine own eyes were deceiving me. Because that bee's a Patreon supporter, and I didn't realize we had a cave over here. Look at that! Unless I already lit... No, that's not lit up. I've got a crater over there. Damn. I would doubt it. Huh. So we are just missing a bee. I guess... Because I mean, the furthest that... When we lost the camel was all the way up here on the hillside. So Mother of Trucker could have trucked off by now. I'm gonna open another Minecraft instance and try it now. Oh, thank you. We're doing some live research. Because like I said, unless my eyes were deceiving me, I still saw two after I got stung. But I ain't seeing two now. I gotta cross my legs. Also, do you guys like my back pillow? I don't know what it is, but it's a squishmallow. It feels good on the back. I don't know, he was like $8 in a bin full of like actual animals, like pigs and rabbits and squirrels and stuff. And he was just sitting there like this. So I took him home and now he's my back pillow. Anyways. Still no sign of the bee. It's time to go Dora the Explorer mode. If you see the bee, you yell at the screen. They prefer high ground. Unless I need to move my character over here before I free cam. So that it loads in, but the horses are loaded in. Oh, well, I will just go for a walk myself. Also, James, I found Max. He was tied up in one of the stalls in the horse pen. So I don't know if I just left him there and forgot about it, or if somebody found him and brought him back and tied him up there. But anyway, Max is back. I'm keeping him in the Patreon pen for now so that I can find him easier. There we go. Let's mosey on over here and see if, like I said, maybe we need to be over here for the mobs to load in. Okay, because there's sheep. There's sheep. If we're looking for a bee, it makes sense to look near flowers. I don't know what it is, but its face, I just feel. Yeah, its face invokes such... It invokes such a feeling in you. I'm not entirely sure what the feeling is, but it's invoking it. Like, it's not smiling, but it's not upset either. It's just kind of devoid of all emotion, while at the same time portraying so many at once. It invokes, and he doesn't have the tag anymore that says the name and like the personality, but he's a squishmallow, like an actual squishmallow. So look at, he's even got little feet. It fascinates me. And it's now my back pillow. Oh. Subscribe so I can buy a new office chair. And I can free him from his job. A squishmallow office chair would be awesome. Anyways, back to looking for a bee. And while we're over here, this is also a good chance to like look at the terraforming that needs done, because we do have quite a lot of holes that we haven't filled in yet. That's a rabbit. James says, okay, so it was tested, and bees, even with a name tag, do die if they sting you. Okay, so that was an optical illusion of my own doing that I saw too afterwards. False memory. Okay, so we need to walk into the woods and find another one then, I guess. Sorry, mother trucker. I feel like that's an appropriate thing to say in this situation. Mother trucker. Bees take time to die. Okay. So I did see it and then it died after I turned my head. We've solved the mystery. Good job, everybody. We Dora the Explored it. Let's walk up here a little bit more. We've got some more critters. I could make an armadillo tier. I forgot I have access to armadillos. Armadillos. Ooh. Oh my god! Oh my god! I found a pit that's been swallowing animals. Oh, oh no! I need to pull out my handy dandy shovel. Let's rescue these poor babies. Yeah, it took like 3 to 4 minutes for it to die. Okay, good to know. So we're gonna need another bee, is what I'm hearing. Come here, guys. Oi! Oh, follow me, Pied Piper style. There we go. And you can find your way out of there a lot easier. There we go. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, armadillo, sheep, chicken. Once again, if you want your name on any of these guys, subscribe to me on my Patreon. I know, that's getting old. But I should probably make an armadillo tier. I do have an axolotl tier. I got an axolotl tier. That'll be cool. I want to catch an axolotl. I haven't gotten one yet. We did it. We saved the day. We saved some animals. Nah, plug it more. Instead of being a salesman is gonna be my next job. Might as well. There we go. So we need to go get it first. Let's make sure our wings aren't breaking. Had that happen before. Let's take a wander off into the woods. I think we had luck in the birch forest last time. To go and get another bee. Oh, there's one right now. That was easy. What are your commission rates at this time? I think the cheapest one is at the sketch level for $5. Hi! Oh, we got two! We got two! If I hold this in my hands, let's bring both of you over. Sorry, I can't knock your nest down to bring it with, but we've got a nice little home set up somewhere else. Okay, good. Someone else is sleeping through the night. And we're just gonna stutter step our way all the way back. I see monsters down there. Yeah, cheapest commission I've got up right now is $5. I can do pretty much anything. I can do OCs if you give me a description or a doodle of your OC. I can do fan art. I'm currently doing a big group photo of an entire Dungeons and Dragons party for one of my fans. I've done couples caricatures before. Alright, someone requested me to redraw a picture of them and their boyfriend. I can do pets. I've done pets before. I can do whatever you ask me to do. Also keep in mind it now rains in the Patreon pen, so the bees can get hurt. Bees can get hurt by rain? They have their little hives to dive into, so as long as they know that that's their home. Come here, you two. I don't know rain could hurt bees. There we go. I gotta go very carefully. And I want to cover up this. Come here, you. I want to cover up this gorge right here because it's just an ugly crack in the ground and it keeps eating animals. But I think that might be something we come back to when we finish the train track at, you know, the end of the season or end of building the town. It was in the Bee movie. This ain't the Bee movie, it's Minecraft. Do you guys get hurt by rain? No response. Why is your shadow a circle? Oh, what's wrong with the crack hole? Many things. It keeps swallowing animals whole. That's the issue. Here we go. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more of an adventure to find the bees. That was too quick. Boop, 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 and we got another rose bush out of it. Go to your home. Your home is there. Nudge, 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 nudge. Up, up. Up. There you go. Not that way. Don't touch the water. I want to make sure that it... I want to make sure that they go in so they know to go back. Come here, you two. This way, this way. Gonna whistle at the bees like a dog. All three of you. Yep, yep, yep. Come on, come on. This way, this way. James says, should I test that? You know what? Go ahead. If that's what your heart desires. Do bees get hurt by rain? Genuine question. I don't think so, but as long as they have a hive nearby, they can just go in. Okay, so they're next to the hive. They should go in. Hi, Sandorian. I want to make sure they do. Okay, there goes one. Two. What about you? I guess they already went in. 3. Alright. We've successfully shown the bees the path to their new home. And now we gotta get some name tags. So we can rename Mother of Trucker to... Oh, we only got 1. That's right, we can make them. We can make name tags. We had a mod installed before they were craftable. And if I had the name tags back here, I should probably have an anvil. Oh, wait. I don't need to go all the way back to my house. Ow! I can just use the tracks. Here it goes. We'll get back to civilian. Right now we need to name Mother of Trucker 2. Here we go. Yeah, rough landing. And now we're gonna sit here. And we're gonna wait. Also, if animals want to explore the crack hole, why not let them? Because it's a dirty crack hole. They're gonna get dirty. Is that a cat? That is a cat behind me. Hey! Do you want to go in the crack hole? No, you want to look out the window. Who's that? Who is that? You. There we go. And now I got a blank one. If anybody wants to be. And I promise I'm not gonna pick this up again, so you don't gotta fight me about it. Let's go get some bone meal and fluff up the grass a little bit. Swish! You're gonna shame them for being dirty? How rude. It's dirty. Dirty's a bad thing. Dirty is a bad thing to be. Especially if it's dirt from the crack hole. Where's my bone meal? Not here. Although I do have a blue egg. I don't know where I would have put my bone meal because that didn't really have a designated spot. I got more flowers. Ooh, I do have torch flowers. I feel like once we have more, once we have more houses in, I want to do like an actual like gardening spree and like put in some flowers. Because I think the torch flowers would look really nice in the desert. Because that looks like something you'd see in like Arizona. Where's my bones? Where are my bones? Sand, sand. Dirt, 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 dirt. I had a shulker box full of bone meal. Did I put it in? I put it in the food box. I put the bone meal in the food box for some reason. There we go. And we're running out of our shoe spur rockets. It's okay, we have more. Look at that. It's so tiny compared to the horse pen, but I think it works. We can expand it if necessary once the day comes. Let's put some grass over here. Put some grass over here. You can knock down the tall ones. Also, we could put down like a little path. Oops. I gotta be careful about that. There, I think that looks good. He's stuck again. I don't know what to do about that one. Look at that, we got some more flowers. Beautiful. Look at how peaceful this is in here. I think this looks even better. And now with like the red of the barn as a backdrop. This is nice. We have one more name tag to make. That's right. We gotta go make a name tag. Oh, look at the rocks in the sunset. It's gone. Shoe spurs. There we go, I got some more. Saddened, I typed out a whole thing and I think it got censored because of 1969 without the 19. Oh man. How dare. Center. Oh, I forgot I have a piece of netherite. And I have a crossbow. And a regular bow. Biscuit and gravy. What did I just come in here to get? Name tag materials. What do I need to make you? I need paper, paper, iron, iron, string. Do I have paper? I have an empty map. Seems like something that would have got put in here. I have a singular piece of paper. I got string. I was conjuring an old Pappy story of the crack hole. Aww. Oh, I do. I have iron ingots. I just need another piece of paper. And for that, we can use... I've never made paper before. You use sugarcane for that, right? Paper. 3 sugarcane make paper. Cool. Let's throw you in. No. There we go. And now let's see. Iron, iron. Paper, paper. There we go. Name tag. I'm gonna keep these materials in here to keep them safe for the next time. Also, we need to go get more diamonds. If we're gonna be the financier of the eyes and of the man of the people, Mossy, we need some more diamonds to actually be able to pay them with it. Oh, over here. Boop. And Chevalier. Aw. I miss Chev. I miss seeing them in the chat. But the story behind Chevalier, again for those who are new here, is that a few months ago I had a friend named Chevalier who would show up in the chat pretty frequently from time to time. They were my one of my first chatters when I first started streaming. And then while they were still an audience member, I was playing on Watercraft, and there was a Mushroom Island off in the distance next to our island, and they were super excited I was next to a mushroom island, and they were like, "Oh, you gotta go explore it. You gotta go find the mushroom cow. You gotta go find a mushroom cow. That's one of my favorite mobs. Can you go find a mushroom cow for me?" And I'm like, "Absolutely." And you know, like I said, as a little thank you to them for them being my first audience member, I named one of the cows on that island Chevillian. And then from there, Chev went from being an audience member to being invited to play on the Watercraft server, and from there we became actual friends. So then we had Chevillian and Chevillian living on the island. But unfortunately, a few months ago, they lost their battle with cancer, so Chevillian remains as our little memorial to them. I'm gonna make myself cry, yeah. So now, on every server that we find, we're gonna find a cow from here on out. That's gonna be from here on out for the entirety of my Minecraft career. No matter what server we're on, no matter what we're doing, we're gonna find a mushroom cow, and we're gonna name it Chevillian. Forever and ever. There's a diamond block at my door. Not me. Yeah, hearts for Chevillian. Hearts for some Chevillian. Sometimes I'll come across stuff, and I'm like, oh, they would have found that really funny, and I'm like... I just miss goofing off with them. Or I'll hear like a Minecraft thing, and I'm like, oh, they would have been so excited about that. Fun fact, if a mushroom is struck with lightning, it becomes a brown mushroom. I think I did know that, and that's my goal, to find one of those as well, just because I really want to name it Chocolate Milk. I really want to name it Chucky Milk. Let's just throw this stuff in. Not that. Not those. Not that. But the rest of this we'll just toss this in the junk drawer for now. You. And I put those away, and put sword away. You know, while we're here, I did say that, so since I'm gonna be in Creator Carnage, I should probably practice using weapons and stuff, and actually, like, hitting targets. So... I'll give our Patreon pen a little bit of a break. Let's head out to the back of our house and just do some basic aiming. Let's do some basic target practice. We're gonna set the log up like that. There's our target. So we're gonna do this Wii Sports style, where it starts you off really close and then we just get further and further away. Nice. 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 Nope. Okay, so from this distance, I gotta aim it up a lot more. Not bad. I forgot you can pick them back up. That's awesome. I'm not gonna step in the portal. Ooh. Not quite a bullseye, but in the middle. Oh, that one completely missed. So from back here, I gotta aim like at the black. Higher up. There we go. So that's where I want to hit. I need to aim there. Oh, I think I got it. Oh, that one was almost a bullseye. How about from all the way back here? In between. Oh, I hit the target. I hit the box. That was on the ground. Let's see if I can do a sniper shot. Oh. Too high. And see if I can get it through the portal. Does it actually go through the portal or does it disappear? Hold on. The arrows go to the nether? Oh no, I gotta go pick them up. So what made you want to start doing YouTuber stuff? Wait, can I pick up the arrows? Oh, dang it. A combination of things. Yeah, I'm seeing if I can hit it while moving. None of them hit the house. If that was a player, they would have been dead. Yeah, let me tuck in here for a bit. So maybe want to do YouTubing as, like I said, a combination of things. So originally, my plan was to be an animator, and I went to school for animation. With the hopes of, you know, heading off to, like, Disney TV. Or, like, Cartoon Network. Oh, there it is. Nickelodeon. Stuff like that. I wanted to work on the next Gravity Falls, or the next Steven Universe. Was my goal. And I wanted to go in with a focus on, like, story writing, with the hopes of eventually becoming a director and directing my own animated series, which I've heard me mention before, that previously in high school and college I was working on a comic, like a webcomic series called Earthlings from Another Planet. And it was a silly superhero alien sci-fi story. So it was really fun. And I had a lot of friends like helping out working on it. And people knew me around school and around campus as, like, the person with the webtoon. So there was a lot of excitement around it. Like, I was actually building, like, a fan base for it. And then my legs started to hurt. And my back started to hurt. I noticed that my feet especially were bothering me, like, really, really bad. Like, everybody else I knew could cross campus easily and not be in pain, but walking from dorm to class left my feet burning like I had stepped on hot coals. And then sitting in the chair made it feel like there were knives in my back. And for the longest time I thought this was normal, of like, okay, I've just been sitting still for too long, I'm out of shape, I just need to move more, I just need to, like, work out more, you know, I'm not doing a sport, or we don't have gym like we did in high school, so I just gotta move a bit more, and realized that my classmates didn't feel any such pain, that they could sit and draw for 18 hours, or even 24 if they wanted to. and all they'd feel was a little sore. And I'm like, if I sit down for 2 hours, my wrist goes numb, my neck goes numb, my back hurts really bad. So then began the string of doctor's appointments. And on top of the doctor's appointments, I kept trying to complete my assignments, and as the years of college went on, it got really, really hard. And this comic that I'd been working on for years eventually became something that I wanted to produce like an episode a week. And it got to the point where I was making an episode a month, and then an episode every 2 months, and eventually on top of schoolwork, I couldn't work on it at all because I couldn't open up my hand. And that's where the scary story that I think I talked about this one before, where my hand, I think it was like year 2. That's right, it was during COVID, because I didn't have any roommates at the time. My hand started to curl up. And I was in the middle of like painting classes, drawing classes, writing classes, history classes, where I had to take pages and pages of notes. And I lost the use of my hand. I couldn't open up my fingers beyond that. It was like I had rubber bands tied around it, and my arm started to curl up as well. And my arm was stuck like this, and I couldn't move it without severe pain. So of course we went to a hand specialist, and he looked at me and said, "Everything looks normal. I don't know what else you want me to do." Walked away crying. The next day went to a local chiropractor and was like, "Can you help?" And he was like, "Wait, do you feel pain in like your pinky?" And I'm like, "Yeah, severe pain." And he was like, "Do you feel pain in your elbow?" "Yes." "Pain in your neck?" "Yes." "One of your vertebrae has come loose. Lay down immediately." And he did a little twist on my neck, and literally, you know the vertebrae that make your neck up? One of them had popped out like that. I was pinching a nerve. Vertebrae aren't supposed to do that. So after he put that back in place, and I was able to open up and move my arm again, the chiropractor looked at me and he was like, "So I think you have a thing called hypermobility, which means that your joints are really, really flexible." And I'm like, "Oh, I've been flexible my whole life. Is that a bad thing?" He was like, "It can get quite severe. There are mild cases, and there are really, really bad cases. You might want to look into a hypermobility diagnosis." And that began the train of leading to, oh, you have the more severe case of hypermobility, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is all of the connective tissue in your body, not just your joints. And on top of this, I know I'm getting to the point eventually of getting into YouTubing. We'll get there eventually. But all of this was on top of continuing my art classes and continuing my animation courses. Well, like I said, as the years went on and the pain got worse and sitting in the chair, just sitting down to do assignments became medieval torture levels of pain. And we finally got to senior year, where our job was to make a short animated film, between 30 seconds and a minute. Me and one of my previous friends, he turned out to be a bit of an asshole, so not a friend anymore, but a friend at the time, we made an animated short together using the characters from my comic, using my comic, the webcomic I was making. So I got to live out my dream of being a director, of animating what was pretty much a full 6-minute cartoon with voice actors, special effects, sound effects, color, the whole 9 yards of a Cartoon Network bumper short. And it was really funny. And like I said, the guy who I worked on it with was like a bit of an asshole. Oh, so he did good work, but I will take full credit for the story, the characters, every idea that made that short into the masterpiece that it was those are my ideas. His ideas kind of sucked. But we made this that's a story for another day. But I made the animated short, and at the end of it, the biggest thought in my head was, I can't do that again. If that's what it took to make 6 minutes of animation within the span of 9 months, if I go into a studio setting, I'm gonna have to do that for 9 hours a day, every single day, plus overtime. Because I'd done my research. We talked to the professionals. We had people come in to like give talks to the classes about what it's actually like to work in the industry, and it is an insane amount of work. I asked one of the storyboard artists, because I was like, okay, if I don't have the strength to be a full-time like frame-by-frame animator, I can be a storyboard artist, because that's, significantly less drawing. And he was like, not really. The storyboarders draw more than the animators. And I'm like, okay, gonna scratch that off the list. So he said, yeah, you gotta do like a total of like 600 drawings a week. If you're working on a show like SpongeBob or something, that's 600 drawings a week. And I'm like, okay, I'm struggling to do 5. So then I switched gears and I'm like, okay, maybe I can be a character designer and just work on those. And I went to an animation conference in California with a bunch of other students. And I asked around, there was a bunch of character designers there, and I showed them my portfolio, and I'm like, do you think I have what it takes to be a character designer? And they were like, well, your stuff is good, but it's not studio level. Like, you've got a lot of charm to them. These are really cute. But in order to work at the studio level, you gotta really, really focus on just character design and nothing else. I'm like, okay, maybe I can narrow it down further to costume design? And they were like, okay, what do you know about fabric? Nothing. Never mind. Whoop. Hi, buddy. So it was kind of this feeling of trying to find something that I could physically do and trying to like put myself further and further into a very narrow pigeonhole of like, what if I did this? What if I did this? What if I only did this? And it either turned out that I physically couldn't do it, or it would require a different set of skills than what I had, or it would require like 4 more years of schooling. Or it was a very narrow job field, and there were people who were way more professional who would get the job. So it was kind of just slowly watching the doors to this dream that I had of being an animator, working in the animation industry, and just kind of watching them slowly close. And it was so sad. Don't know if it's insensitive to ask. So is there an actual way to fix hypermobility? Not insensitive at all, as long as you're phrasing it as a question, like that. No. It's a genetic condition, which means there's really no operation to adjust it because it's within every single cell of DNA. It's baked into me. But there are ways to help through working out, which is, why you see me posting pictures of me doing this at the gym. Him doing very gentle workouts, I should add. If I try to do like anything intense, my joints will go backwards. Let's see, can you see my... There we go. There's my backwards elbow. So literally the best option for it is to just do very gentle workouts to build up the muscle around the joints so that if my elbow decides to pop out of place, my muscle is strong enough to hold it back in. Let's see, how about this one? Yeah, that one's bending. They're not supposed to go all that way. I can even like rotate my arm. I like to do that when I'm sitting. I'll just like put my shoulder forwards. There we go. It's helpful when I'm backing up in a parking lot because I can turn my head around like an owl. I can see out the back window. Sometimes my ribs pop out of place when I'm breathing. If I yawn too hard, my jaw will pop out of place. I was walking down the stairs today and my knee decided to like go sideways. And I almost toppled over. It's like the joints just went whoop. I've got the structural integrity of a scarecrow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like imagining that feeling again. I almost hurt myself really bad in high school doing heavy weight on leg press. My knees tried to buckle on me. Exactly. That's why when I go to the gym, I do not touch the equipment. And I don't touch anything heavy. I'm literally just laying on a mat using my own body weight to do like aerobics. And then if I'm feeling brave, 5-pound weights. I don't touch equipment because that's exactly what will happen to me. If I try to use leg press, knees are gonna go the other way. I tried to use like, even like the, I don't know what it's called, but like the shoulder flies. I did that and then my shoulders just kept going and my shoulder blades touched and I'm like, I don't think this is supposed to be happening. That felt good. But, like I said, the best way to combat it and ease the pain is to just try to avoid painful situations. Ready, Eddie? Hello! We are talking about my disability and how that led me to becoming a YouTuber. I mean, you still can, just don't fully extend and keep the weight light enough to where stuff doesn't pop out. Exactly. So like I said, when the machines frighten me. Simply because, keep in mind, I'm also really tiny. And on my own, even without the loose joints, some of these machines were just way too big for me to safely use. As the dinky-ass Wii music plays. Do you guys want to go mining while we keep chatting? I don't want to keep my character in one place. She's got ADHD too, so I gotta keep moving her around. I need more diamonds. Let's go find the cool spawners. But so that was part one. I had dreams of being an animator, and then EDS came in and just started slowly degenerating the tissue between my bones and making simple things like drawing hurt really, really bad. And that's why on my animation channel, you only get an animatic from me like once every 3 months, because it takes 3 months for me to draw a minute of animation. I want to start on another one, but I gotta pick one. I might make a poll, because I want to work on like the bigger ones, but I also want to make something small so that I upload something. Look at these icky spiders. Oh, here we go. So like I said, that was part one of the story where I dreams of being an animator, and then my body started falling out from underneath me. Health issues became more and more prevalent. And I realized that going into the industry itself would put me in a lot of pain. So I had to put my dreams of being an animator up on the shelf. And then, just kind of overlaps a bit. Beginning of COVID, had my friend Hinata. You can blame her for knocking over the first domino. And unfortunately, it was this guy, but she showed me a video of a guy called Wilburson. And him and Tommy in it we're playing Minecraft together, and they were funny as hell. We had tears in our eyes. We were laughing so hard at them, which is, you know, I'm still heartbroken over Wilbur Soot turning out to be an asshole because he was funny! I loved him! His stuff made me laugh so hard. And from there, I found Dream SMP. And now, keep in mind, this was during COVID. I think that's a big reason why they took off the way they did, because everybody was shut inside, everybody was lonely, everybody was scared, and we needed to just watch some dudes run around role-playing and making fart jokes. It was funny, and it brought us together in this nice little community that we were missing at that time. Not Wilbur, yeah. Like I said, it sucks so much that he was an asshole, because he was genuinely funny. So mad at him. But yeah, fuck that guy now. But yesterday when we went, it was his video in the first place that I found. And like I said, from there we found the Dream SMP, and for the entirety of 2020, like I said, I was on campus with maybe like 300 people out of what was supposed to be 2,000. And those videos were one of the only things that kept me smiling. And then from there, it was, of course, the natural progression of like, okay, the SMP's dying out, fans are getting a little weird, creators are getting a little weird, let's move on to something else. Ooh, Hermitcraft. Hermitcraft, what's this? What is this? And I found a certain guy named Good Times with Scar. And the first thing I saw him build, before I even knew what his name was, first thing I saw him build was this beautiful elven tree for Season 9. And that was the first time, like I said, it was whiplash going from Dream SMP to Hermitcraft. It was like stepping out of like a frat house into a library. Like, oh, these guys are a little bit more normal. This is a little bit slower. I like this. I like this. This is cool. Like I said, I watched Scar build that elven tree, and that's when it clicked to like, okay, up until now I've seen Minecraft as just like a place to goof around and hang out. Yeah, more normal. Yeah. Like I said, it was whiplash going from, especially from the fandoms, going from this fandom to that fandom, or that fandom to this fandom. It was like, oh, this is a lot nicer. People are a lot less likely to threaten you over here. I like this. Like I said, I watched him build that elven tree, and it was like the first time I'd seen somebody use Minecraft as an art form. And I was like, this dude just made a painting with blocks. That's incredible. And I started watching more of his videos, and found Grian through him, and the first time I saw Grian and Scar interact with each other, like in that first episode that I watched. It's dark. It's dark. Let me sleep. The first time I saw them interact, my first thought was, what we have here is a very sweet friendship between a cowboy and a Winnie the Pooh character. That's exactly what they were. I remember it was like the first clip was beginning of Season 9. Scar was looking at one of Grian's dogs, and he was like, why'd you name your dog Pooter? And Grian, from like top of the chest, looked down and was like, his name is Pata. And that was like first time I ever heard both of them speak. And I was like, okay, this is a friendship between a cowboy, and a Winnie the Pooh character. That was what my first impression of Grian was like. This guy, he sounds like he just came out of like a children's storybook. He sounds like he just came out of the 100-Acre Woods. And Scar sounds like he just came right out of a truck down south. And from there, I should also mention that the first time I ever heard Mumbo speak, because I knew who Mumbo was just through like seeing him scattered around the Minecraft recommended videos, and my impression of him was that he was like Minecraft Bill Nye. He was the guy who made the tutorial videos. He was the guy who showed you how to do the redstone and how to do complicated doors and moving things and animatronics and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, he's kind of like a scientist character. He's a teacher character. First time I saw him on Hermitcraft, he was talking to Scar about like, it was the Elven Cookie Factory. And Mumbo said, if a factory hasn't had at least one fatal accident per week, I'm not giving them my business. And then he carried on as if that was a normal thing to say. So I was like, okay, he's a little bit weirder than I thought. Everybody here is. And the rest is history in terms of me becoming a Hermitcraft fan. From there I was hooked. And Grian's Season 6 has a very special place in my heart because, like I said, while I was working on the senior film animation, Grian Season 6, the entirety of it, I watched the entirety of it while I was coloring in the frames. Because, you know, my asshole partner wasn't doing any of that. He was busy making sure the sound was just right coming through the left earbud and just right coming through the right earbud, even though the teacher and everybody else told him it was fine 12 days ago. He still insisted on working on that while I colored every single frame individually. But I watched Grian Season 6 from episode 1 to like, what was it, episode 106, from beginning to end, while coloring every single frame of that animation. So, to this day, he's the only hermit that I've watched every single episode of a season because of that. Everybody else, I just kind of like scatter. I just bounce around. I think the biggest difference between the Hermitcraft and Dream SMP is the fact that hermits are in their 20s to 40s, while the Dream SMP members were straight out of high school. Literally, like, they didn't blow up on purpose. They were literally just kids having fun, and then you got to see the social experiment of what happens when teenagers are given a 1 million person fan base and the money and spotlight that comes with that. Some of them turned out okay, like Tupple's still making content, Tupple's still making cool stuff, Tommy's gone off to be, you know, stand-up comedian. And then you get to see the directions that the rest of them went. Filza's still cool, I still watch Filza. He was always the adult of the server. I think Filza would do very good on Hermitcraft as a guest. That'd be fun. And Techno, of course. I really love the Hermit's voices so much. All their voices are so unique from each other. Yeah! A lot of them have what my mom calls radio voices. Is that there are people that you could turn on the radio and you can hear them doing a talk show and you could just listen for hours. You don't need to watch the visuals of what they're doing. You can just listen. You can just listen to them. She says Scar has a tour guide voice to her. She says that Scar is the guy with the tour guide voice. And I'm like, you know what? He does. He does have a tour guide voice. I'm gonna steal all the hay bales. We do that anyways. Exactly. I'm gonna take all of these so I can use it as bedding for my horses. Yes, anyways, going back to the question of how did I get into YouTubing, well, it was basically the trail of following that. Pretty sure Ren did radio when he was younger. That makes sense. He's definitely got a radio DJ voice. Like, hello everybody, welcome back to WQTV QPN.1 where we play the hottest hits of the summer. Like I can hear him doing that so well. Well, like I said, my hyperfixation with Hermitcraft coincided with the end of my college years, and it coincided with the realization that I would not be able to make it physically in the animation industry, and that I would have to put that dream on the shelf. I wouldn't do too well in a studio setting. And as that dream kind of faded, new one popped up. Because like I said, the first guy I watched on Hermitcraft was Scar, and watched more of his videos, I learned a bit more about him. And here was a guy who was on his way to working for Disney. It had been his dream his entire life, and he was on the verge of it. He had an internship that was ready to be handed to him after he graduated high school. And then a disability knocked him out. And he had to find another way to serve as the outlet for his creativity. And when I tell you, every single light bulb in my head went off at once. It was this beautiful moment of not only seeing somebody who had an eerily similar story to mine. His was definitely worse. But seeing someone who had been on the same path of going to Disney and then getting completely sidewiped by health issues and then looking for an outlet before to put it, I was like, it was the moment where I went, because previously watching YouTube videos, watching, like I said, all the other YouTubers across the spectrum, I'd looked at Minecraft and I was like, this seems like a lot of fun. This seems like something I would want to do. This seems like something I could do. And then after watching Scar, it became, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. And I put all the pieces together and I realized I have all the tools that I need. In terms of knowledge, I'm like, I know how to craft a story, and that's what these guys are. They're storytellers. They're not just playing a game, they're telling a story. I know how to craft a story. I know how to... Wait, where's my... I know how to create a character. I've had plenty of practice talking in front of an audience, you know, as vice president of our school's animation club. I gave speeches many, many times. I gave tutorials to classes of like 70 people on the aspects of character design, stuff like that. I'm like, I know how to talk to people. I know how to make people laugh. I like making people laugh. I've taken multiple film classes. I know how to operate a webcam, at very least. I know the importance of good lighting. I know how to operate a microphone. I know how to edit a video because, once again, through animation and film class, I know how to operate DaVinci Resolve. The only thing I don't know how to do is play Minecraft. And that's where the first episode of me being plopped in the middle of the snowy tundra, running and screaming, turned into, it's not a let's play, it's a let's learn how to play. And the rest is history. I got the bug in me of like, not only is this something that I want to do, this is something I'm going to do, and then it kept going and going, and I got the animation channel up at the same time, and I'm like, I can use these to feed into each other and like bring the Hermitcraft fans over to a new kind of Minecraft video, perhaps? Like selling fan art at Comic-Con, and you sell a piece of fan art and then you attach your own sticker as you know, a free sample along with it. And it's like, hey, while you're here to check out the fan art, do you want to check out my original story? And you hand them both off as a free sample. And then, oh, someone's sleeping. People like Chev came along to sit in the audience, and Chev actually said that they found me through the Minecraft videos before they ever knew that I had an animation channel. And then they had a moment of going, wait a second, I know I've seen your animations before. I didn't know you were the same person. And like, yes, that's me. But they said that like your videos talking about, you know, it's not a let's play, it's a let's learn how to play, and learning how to be brave, learning how to create, learning how to be good, really, and Chev said this, but they said that those lessons really helped me get through, you know, a really tough time, and they helped me realize that nothing has to be perfect, that I'm learning how to be alive. And no one's ever taught me that it's okay to still be learning how to do that. And from Chev, I had people coming into chat saying like, hey, I've had a really long day, listening to her voice is really helping me relax. And just more and more people just started popping up and saying like, hey, your videos are really helping me. They're making me laugh, they're making me smile, they're helping me go to sleep. And like I said, more and more it went from this is what I want to do to this is what I'm going to do to this is what I have to do. This is where I belong. This is where I want to be. And it's gonna be where I stay. Until another gust of wind comes along. So to answer your question, that's how I decided to become a YouTuber. And now here we are stealing hay bales from villagers. James says, overall Bean, you have the biggest heart and are an amazing person. Anthony says, I second that. Thank you guys, thank you. I try. And honestly, the character of Bean has helped me in the same way. Or like, even for stuff like job interviews or difficult things, being able to like switch into this character or have this character like in the back of my mind telling me my own lessons of like, it's okay, you're learning how to do this. Let's try and learn how to be brave so we can get through this. Has been really helpful for me as well, because I'm a really anxious person. I'm a nervous little chihuahua of a person. Things freak me out left and right, and having this tiny little knight of a character who charges into things with a smile has been really helpful for me to have her in my mind. The name, Being the Brave, comes from a different place. That one's a little bit simpler. Because playing video games and stuff throughout college, throughout any kind of multiplayer games online, anytime we had like a game night, we had to like type in, you know, a character name. I always went with the name Bean. Because it rhymes with my real name. And it's pretty easy to pick out. Which one's Bean? It's me. Oh, that's you. And also, beans are tiny, not tiny, so it fit. And then, one day, Mystic introduced me to a game called Cookie Run Kingdom. And I played it for a bit so that, you know, I could understand what she was talking about. Talk about it with her. I'm the person, if a friend puts a game in my hands, I'll be like, okay, I'll play it. So I played Cookie Run Kingdom for a bit, and if you don't know the game, there's a character in there. All the characters are like gingerbread cookies, and they're different flavors, and the flavor is like where their power comes from. And they gotta go fight like evil dark licorice and stuff. But the main character is a little gingerbread guy called Gingerbrave, So going with the theme of the name, I called myself Bean the Brave. And that was my name in Cookie Run Kingdom, just as a play off of the main character's name. And I put the game down for a bit, and then I was thinking of what I wanted my YouTube name to be. And I'm like, okay, Bean, my original, like, studio name, my art name was, like, Starfish Studios. And I really liked it because it was a play on the fact that I was writing a sci-fi story about, like, an aquatic alien, so I'm like, get it, she's a starfish. But there's another Minecraft YouTuber out there called Starfish Studios. So I would be Starfish, if not for that person taking my name. So I was like, okay, well I can't use that name, someone's already got it. What do I want? Bean? Bean's one I always use. And I opened up Cookie Run Kingdom to play around with Mystic, and there was the name Bean the Brave. I'm like, that's got a nice bounce to it. That's got a nice ring to it. That's easy to spell. Memorable. Easy to say. And then from there, the little caricature of myself emerged. And that's where the name comes from. But I always say it's not a full title of Being the Brave. It's not a title. The Brave is just my last name. And now I gotta live up to it. It's not a title I was awarded. My family name is just the Brave. And now I gotta act brave because of that. No matter how scared I am. Thank you, Starfish, for taking the name, so we got Being the Brave. Yeah, I think Being the Brave sounds a bit better than Starfish. Starfish Studios sounds good for, like, an animation studio, but Being the Brave fits me a lot better. What did I come over here to do? So, that's my backstory. And now, Petty the Platypus, I have given you enough time to escape from the trap, and now you understand why I will turn the entire tri-state area into YouTubers with the Subscribinator. Well, and we're still working on it. We're still working on it. Like I said, I'm still in job hunt hell, as is a lot of people, but the main goal is to eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, make this a full-time job. If I could upload a video and have the confidence in mind that I can walk away from it and that video is going to give me enough money to pay for my heat and lights, that's what I'm aiming for. Ooh, gold. It's a good omen. Look at all these riches. Look at all these riches. So it's Bean T Brave. Bean Dash the Brave. The Brave is the full last name. My middle name is the Dash. That was a much bigger deal of a question than I expected, but yeah. Yeah, it's a long story for me. For a lot of people, it's like, what made you become a YouTuber? And they're like, oh, well, I was just making videos for fun, and then one blew up, so I guess this is my job now. But for me, I recognize that I'm running a different path than a lot of other people who are trying this, because I stepped into it making the first video with the intention of this being my job. So already I treat this like work. I treat this the same way you'd treat any other kind of creative work. It's fun. So it's definitely not, work. But I wake up and I treat this like a job. I treat my fellow people like co-workers. Except their co-workers who are cool. I know this is already blocked, but I gotta do this. Boop. Look at them spinning in there. Just, ah! I love that. Miss Professional, yes. Said I go into it thinking of like marketing, merchandise. How do I reach a bigger audience? How do I send these videos off to more people? How do I make a thumbnail that's gonna get people's attention? The spawner reminds me of the bean jar. That's you guys. I gotta make the update video to get it up to 300, because right now there's 225. And I think today we hit 325. So we're exactly 100 people. There's exactly 100 more people here now than there were when I made the video. Oh, we got a bunch of string we can sell to people, I guess. Let's hunt around here for any cool chests underneath. Thumbs, please, no more shaking. Get shooketh. Anything cool down here? Nope. I could pick up the tracks. I could sell those. I can also use the terracotta. I can dig up the terracotta. My store does need a refill. That's right, I'm also working on the 1-year anniversary video for Felix. And I realize it is just a compilation of me turning on my phone, pointing it at him, and going, "What are you doing?" Every single video I have of Felix is me pointing my camera at him and going, "What are you doing?" To which he responds by going, "Oh, that wasn't exciting as I wanted it to be." Is there more stuff over here? That's right, it's just this, like, carved out piece of the land. It's an exposed railway. Oh, and another spawner. Nope. Denied. Oops, I need to eat the carrot. I feel like that's most cat footage. Yeah. But I want to see if I can get that edited. It probably won't be- It probably won't be out tomorrow. But it'll be out in the next few days. I'll ask if anybody needs a boatload of string that they can trade for diamonds. Go. So we got two spider spawners over here. Not sure what use they have, but they're there. Yeah, so this is a portal on top of... Ouch. This is just a portal on top of a mine shaft. Ooh, there's more. I want to see if there's a chest in here. I'm not gonna hit that, it's gonna fall on me. Oh. No chests! No chests for Bean? No treasure? Jail. Jail for Minecraft for 1,000 years. I don't know why I'm doing the Miette voice. Jail for mother. Jail for mother for 1,000 years. Ooh, it keeps going. I've got 15 torches left. Dang it. There ain't nothing back here. Except spiders. This place sucks. I just thought about boatload. Boatload can now be a unit in Minecraft. You're right. You're right. A boatload. Because you can put a chest in a boat, or you can carry a mob in a boat. Did I miss a turn? I did. Good lord, I feel like I'm in the back rooms! Speaking of back rooms, the ADHD ping went off. So I've been watching just random Game Grumps videos, because that's what I watch when I eat dinner. And I watched them play the truck driving simulator. God, I have wings on. And now I really want to play Truck Driving Simulator with Hinata in my ear Discord as my co-pilot. So I'm adding that one to the list. There ain't nothing down here! But first we gotta survive Monster Prom. This mineshaft sucks. Sucks big time. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. Taking my time, but I don't know when I will get there. Get wrecked. I'm on the road. In a Corona, seeing me and Julio down by the schoolyard. It's fun listening to songs when you've got audio processing issues because I don't know what they're saying. I've got a Red Hot Chili Peppers CD in my car that I listened to the entire trip from East Coast to West Coast. And I've been listening to it for years prior. I don't know what they're saying in any of the songs. I couldn't tell you the lyrics to a single one. All I know is you got a sick guitar solo that's like dun 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 dun, and then he goes bingo bango, I'm a keepo, I'm a keepo, I'm a fake, alligator, let's get it on with the alligator haters, inka papa, yipa. It sounds like Simish. It sounds like people are singing in Simish. Trucker and co-trucker. Audio processing problem? Yeah, it's not a hearing problem, so like I'm not like hard of hearing, but it goes hand in hand with like ADHD. I think it's like verbal dyslexia, spoken dyslexia. So, like how with dyslexia, when you look at a word, it can look like garbled nonsense because your brain doesn't like register the letters properly. With audio processing stuff, like I said, it goes hand in hand with ADHD and being able to focus. But with audio processing disorder, it's your brain hearing words and not really being able to comprehend the actual word that got spoken. Like I said, I'm listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers. I don't know what he's saying. I'm just hearing him go, Gingo Bako, Gingo Bapo, that do alligator. I'm like, I heard alligator. The rest of it's just, yeah, Simlish. Simlish. And then dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dilo maro para gora beta papo dicho papa pipa. It sounds like Minions talking. It's like a lot of times I love music, but hell if I know what they're saying. I think that's why I like musicals so much, because they put so much emphasis on you being able to understand what they're saying. They sing very clearly and enunciate, because that's, you know, the opera singer training that they get. And I can actually understand what they're saying when they sing it Broadway style. Pop music, I'm like, I don't know. I heard the word bop, and I heard the word club. So I'm assuming that we're talking about bops at the club. And then someone's like, actually the lyrics are about a girl breaking up with her boyfriend. And I'm like, okay, I did not get that. But yeah, that's right, it's a verbal dyslexia. Oh, those were underwhelming. Now I can take it off the map. I need to refill my water too. Oh, wait. Ooh. I will take emerald. Thank you. What was I doing? Let me... Waypoints. How do I get rid of it? There it is, it's gone. So now that won't show up on the screen anymore. Ooh. Unexplored. Do you want to go to the unexplored area? Unexplored? You want to go to the unexplored area? Here's my ranch over here. We had one task, we accomplished it, and now we're just wandering around. I'm in the mood to roam. Yeah, I never ran into this issue because I'm a nerd and like to learn the song and understand the meaning. Well, it's not just a thing of like learning lyrics, it's first time hearing it. No idea what they just said. And not just songs, it's usually when people like talk to you. Like for me, I had my boss say something to me. The good boss, the cool boss. And she was like, hey, did you fight your lady? And I'm like, what? And she was like, did you fight the badger? And I'm like, what? And she was like, did you find your co-worker's badge? They lost it. And I'm like, can you run that by me one more time? Because now I heard you, but I didn't understand. So it takes a few passes of like, I audibly heard the sound, but the individual letters were lost. Yeah, I get that, I've done that so much. That's audio processing. Some people it's more on the extreme level, that it's a disorder. Some people it's just your ears weren't tuned in at that moment. Sorella says, what time do you plan on streaming tomorrow? I texted Hinata saying, what time do you want to stream? And she said, I'm open all day. What time do you want to start? And I never answered her after that. Oops. What time do I want to start? I want to start early because I want to do like... Ooh. I want to run through all 3 of the monster games. So Monster Prom, Monster Camp, and Monster Road Trip. So then if we start early my time, that'll be like afternoon Hinata's time. And like I said, Mystic has homework and stuff, but if she's able to join us, so we'll just bring her in. So maybe 2 o'clock my time? Let me answer her back. 2 o'clock my time sounds... Be my eyes, make sure nothing kills me. I think I want to start it. Item. So I think that'll be 5 o'clock EST. Is it 3 hours or 2? I've genuinely forgotten my time zone conversion. Is it 3 hours or 2 hours from here to East Coast? I don't know. As well, I'm here. I see notification. Oh yeah. We have something else to talk about. Oh. Oh. Big crack. Big crack. Dang it. 2 hours for me to East Coast. Okay, so that'll be 4 o'clock East Coast time. Got some iron. We got a creeper. Can I get the creeper? I got him. I got him again. I'm the best. Okay, this is awesome. So I'm gonna come back here. Let me check this on the map. Yeah, it's right there. We're missing 2 bricks. We're missing 2 bricks. So we're gonna go back home, pick up a bed, because we're not going down there without a bed. Or we can go to... No, I need more torches. I've only got 4 torches. Do you want to go explore this? Because I did say I do need diamonds. I need diamonds. I want to aim... this way. But I'm gonna refill my water, and while we're flying, I'll tell you my mold story. Go. I got my water. We got our rockets. I got some Valentine's Day chocolates from my mom. There we go. Let's get up above the clouds. And let's just coast. Okay, so how bad was the mold? I've eaten mold before a good amount of times actually, and not really gotten sick from it. Well, it could have been worse. Start by saying it could have been worse. But the emotional damage far outweighs any physical damage. So there I was, making a healthy breakfast, putting in the effort to eat a protein-packed healthy breakfast. I fried an egg, I grabbed a piece of toast, put it in the toaster. I got 2 pixels. I grabbed some avocado spread, and I got ready to put it on the toast while the egg was frying. I put cheese on the egg, a little bit of salt and pepper, but I put cheese on the egg to make it taste even better. We got another cave over here. Ooh, that's sick. Oh my gosh, don't die, don't die. Do you want to go explore this one instead? Wow. Big hole. So there I was frying my egg. I took the bread out of the bag, put it in the toaster, put cheese on the egg, and I got out the avocado spread. It's supposed to be dip. It's supposed to be avocado, like guacamole chip dip, but I use it to spread on toast. And I realized I'm out of knives, I'm out of spoons, I'm out of forks. I don't have any silverware. I need to wash my dishes. So I used the handle of a measuring cup to put the guac on my toast. Because I'm an animal. So, toast popped out of the toaster, I put the guac on it, egg was finished frying, I put the egg on the toast. I had a little protein drink that I bought from the store that was vanilla chai flavored. And it was warm enough, so I sat on the balcony with my perfect protein-packed, ultimately pretty white girl breakfast. I saw the avocado toast and the chai protein drink, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a white girl, okay. I had a little cup of watermelon, I got a little plastic tin of watermelon from the store. It's very nice, very nice. The handle, yes, the handle of a measuring cup. Serves as a knife when you need one. And I had the egg on top of the avocado, so it was toast, avocado, and then fried egg on top. And just eating the whole thing like that. Holding the toast. I'll take a bites out of it. Do you own a pair of Uggs? I used to in high school. But I'm eating my avocado toast with an egg on it. Taking a bite. Taking a bite. I'm like halfway done. And a big glob of avocado guacamole starts to fall over the edge. And I'm like, oh, I don't want that to hit me on the hand, so I'm just gonna big glob of avocado fell over the edge, and I saw it and I just licked it. Big lick. A big lick of it. And then I saw that the bread was a very odd color. And that after taking away the green of the guac, there was a patch of green that remained. And I moved my fingers to see underneath my hand. And the entire right corner of the toast was toasted green and blue and fuzzy, and it was on the back. The front, where I'd spread the guac with the measuring cup stick, was perfectly fine, but on the back had a big bullseye of green and blue, and it was starting to crawl up the edge of the crust, right where the glob of avocado had fallen, right where my tongue had just been. I have no idea how much mold I may have already consumed, because I didn't look at the back. I think I may have killed whatever bacteria was there because I put it in the toaster. I had it up pretty high. And afterwards I merely took the fried egg off with my fingers and ate that, as the yellow goo dripped down my hand. Because, like I said, I didn't have any silverware because I hadn't done the dishes in a while. I felt fine afterwards. I didn't feel sick at all. No upset tummy. But on my tongue, I could feel it for the entire rest of the day. For the entire rest of the day, I could feel my tongue tingling. I could feel the grossness of what I had done stuck to me, as if the spores themselves were still in my mouth. So, like I said, physically I'm fine. But emotionally, I don't think I will ever recover. And like you all were astute enough to point out in my post yesterday, yes, I said again. My New Year's resolution was to stop accidentally eating mold. I had to make it a New Year's resolution to stop doing that. And here I am in the month of February, licking it like a dog licking peanut butter off of a spoon. Not even 2 months. Oh. Previously, it was fruit. Or I would see fruit with like white specks on it and be like, I think it's supposed to look like that. And then I would eat it. And then I would feel very sick. Or I would have a jar of jam in the fridge, open it up, and there'd be like, you know, the little disc of green sitting on top. And I would remove the disc of green with a spoon and then continue to eat the rest of the jar normally. Only to discover while I was eating my toast that there was in fact more green underneath that one. I got halfway through a hot dog once before realizing there was green on it. Not the jelly kombucha. Yes, it was the jelly kombucha. We've all done it before, where you see a little bit of mold on something and you simply take the mold off, and then you continue to eat the thing. Cheese. I've eaten cheese out of a pack, where the top piece was good, and then after consuming the top piece, I look at the rest of the pack, and the rest of it is fuzzy. No, I never have. What do you mean you never have? There's a tiny piece of mold on something and you just take the piece that has the mold on it off and then you eat the rest of it? That's normal. Tell me that's a normal thing. That's a normal thing to do, right? In fairness, you made it farther than most New Year's resolutions. Yeah. We'll just have to start over. Yes, I will throw it away because there is more even if you can't see it. Well, I know that now! But the fact that it kept happening made me say out loud, this year I'm gonna try not to eat moldy food. And then I toasted a piece of bread with a spot of mold that big on the back of it. I looked in the cupboard at the rest of the loaf. The entire back of the loaf was starting to turn green. Like it was big spot. Do you wear your glasses in the morning? No, I don't. Why do you ask? I rarely wear my glasses around the house. Don't know what that has to do with anything. Completely irrelevant. I've also come to the realization that I am probably due for new glasses, because these are going on like 2 years old. I should probably make an appointment. Here's the thing, I'm starting to squint when I'm on the road. I can't see road signs too well. Obviously I can see like street sign and stop sign. And red light and green light and car coming towards me. But the signs saying this town or this county next exit, I gotta get really close before I can see what those say. And I'm like, huh. I think it's time to fix that. Anyways, are you guys in the mood to do some actual work, or? Nah. Yeah. So I still want to, I want to get this part mapped out so that I can get back to recording for the next episode, because I need to get this done of like getting the ground ready before I can record next episode, which is going to be just building the actual building. Oh, you know the goosebumps you get if you touch a certain texture? Imagination Plus won't let me stop feeling it on my tongue. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I put that in your head. Imagine ice cream cone. Imagine licking ice cream cone that's got chunks of your favorite candy in it. Got little brownie bites in it. Imagine hot brownie with cold ice cream. Use the imagination against itself. Think of pleasant things. Think of good texture to replace it. Boop, boop. Let's get rid of that tree. Mint. Yes, think of mint. Think of mint. Think of the coldness. Think of the coolness of both the ice cream and the flavor. You got the little bits of chocolate inside there. That sounds really good. I would have ice cream, but the ice cream got moldy. It didn't get moldy, but it got that frost on it, where like it looks like mold, but it's ice crystals. And it tastes yucky after that. hamburger patties in the freezer for about a month now. Are they still good? Because they've been in the freezer. Should I eat them? I think it's safe to still eat them. If the meat is brown, no. It's still red, and it's frozen. Is it still safe? I need to knock some dirt out of the wall to fill in the holes. Freezer burn is a thing, but doesn't make it go bad, is the question. The desire is strong to consume. Vacuum seal? It's in a Ziploc. Like how frozen? Last I checked, the patties were stuck together, frozen. I'm gonna go get my box of dirt. And go get my box of dirt, my terraforming tools. Actually, let's get the wood so we can start planning out where we want the buildings. And then we'll do our terraforming around it, because we don't have the packed mud that we need. We gotta wait for Mr. Dadman to come back with that. It might be okay. Okay, I'll eat it and I'll let you know. I will do my job of consuming rotten food. So there you go, that looks right. And shulker box full of dirt. Did I just put that back in here? Where did I put it? Where did I put you? Stone, stone, dirt. No, and I want the logs. So we got the pale oak logs. Regular oak, jungle, spruce, bamboo, birch. Merry Christmas. Shut up. That's one thing I don't like about being in an apartment, is that when somebody leaves their house and they just let their door slam behind them, it makes the entire hallway shake. And it sounds like someone's breaking down my door. Birch, acacia, dark oak. There we go. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 colors to pick from right now. And the colored wood, I don't know if we have enough to... We have quite a lot of... The mangrove wood is still available. So I experimented with that as like a contender for the barn, and then I went with crimson. So mangrove is still on the list, as is cherry. So let's go do some mapping now that Patreon Pen has been scooted out of the way. I really like this path up here, so I might keep the grass. Because I feel like now that there isn't like a box on top of it, it looks a bit more natural. I'm very cautious with the food I eat because I've had stomach and digestion issues in the past. Yeah, you'd think that with my digestive issues I'd be a little bit more careful, but it is stuff that I've deemed as safe digestion wise that I just leave in the fridge for too long. Like my diet consists mostly of like peanut butter, fruit, nuts, cheese, pretty much anything that you'd put in a mousetrap. And then my daily dose of deli meats. Let's start a shulker monster over here, shall we? Bean is a mouse, confirmed. Yeah. Honestly, if I was gonna have like a persona or like, well, you know how Hinata is a chicken VTuber? I think my character would probably be a mouse. But the thing is, I don't like mice. I don't like them. Having lived in houses and not houses, apartments, having lived in apartments that were infested with mice, and having driven a car that was infested with mice, I don't like them. They make me mad. I get joy out of removing them from my property. There's something feral that goes off in you when you realize that a mouse has invaded your space. I've had that happen to me. I should probably get a crafting table. But, you know, characteristic-wise, removing has a giant mallet behind their back. Sorry, two separate thoughts went off in my brain at once. So usually to get rid of mice in the apartment we were in, we would have liked to do a humane way. But when we asked our landlord about it, we were like, hey, there's mice in the wall, there's mice poop in the stove, and like on every single counter. We can hear them in the walls. Can you please call an exterminator? He just handed us a little Ziploc bag of mouse poison to put out. And like, he didn't call anybody for it. Like, there was mouse shit in the entire kitchen. It was along the floorboards. We were finding it on our desks. Our artwork was getting chewed. And we were like, can you please call an exterminator? And he just handed us like a little Ziploc of mouse poison. So we had to put out cups of poison. And this... yeah, that would just kill them while they're in the walls. Yeah, and they would still be in the walls. That's what we were trying to say. We were like, can you call an exterminator to like get them out? To like spray the chemical that makes them run away and evict the place and never come back? How do we make the rats think that the ship is sinking? And then we invested in mouse traps, and like I said previously, I was a custodian, so I'm the one who's kind of okay with touching gross stuff, as is probably gained by my habit of eating mold. So whenever a mouse got killed by the trap, it was my job to take the mouse and the trap and fling it into the woods. So I'm like, I'm not gonna put that in the trash can and just have a dead mouse in our trash, making it smell of death. So I would take the mouse in the trap and fling it into the woods so that, you know, an owl or someone could eat it. And this wasn't with poison, so we weren't like poisoning the owls. But after they got in the trap, throw it into the woods so that the foxes could get it. So that was our apartment experience. And the thing is, I went back to that apartment because one of my other friends at some point, so we moved out of there, went to another one. But then one of my friends was like, oh, I'm looking for a new apartment. Do you know of any? And I'm like, okay, this one that we were at previously, well, it was kind of, you know, dirty, if you're okay with that. the prices weren't that bad. So we went and toured the place where I had formerly lived. And while we were on the tour with that same landlord, we visibly saw there was just a dead mouse on the kitchen floor. Because when we went into tour, I'm like, you know what? Maybe somebody called somebody about it by now. Maybe he did call an exterminator. Maybe they're gone by now. We went in to tour the place, dead mouse on the floor, and he just picked it up in a handkerchief and was like, these little rascals are everywhere. And as we left, I just looked at my friend and I was like, nope, you're not moving in there. The price, he raised the price anyways. You're not going in there. Maybe they finally realized it was an issue once it hurts their business. Nope, there were still dead mice everywhere. The place is... I'm pretty sure it actually got worse after we left. Because then we went to tour and there's the dead mouse right there on the floor. It's like, okay. What was I doing? We're trying to build a structure. We're not gonna build anything, we're gonna set out the blocks to map out where we want the buildings to go. Segueing away from the mice. Playing buildings, yes. The ADHD is ADDing tonight. That's our dirt. That's our dark oak. Birch. I want the bank to be made out of birch. That's bamboo. Maybe just our basic oak? Well, first of all, table. All 80 of them are frying on all cylinders. Yep. Next thing got now, I'm thinking of the previous apartments and the mice and how one of my other friends, the same guy who, like I said, I worked on the animation project with. Like I said later, it turned out to be a bit of an asshole, so no longer friends with him. He had an experience with the mouse, which. You probably wouldn't like me sharing that on stream. It was a very red flag moment. The mouse was in a glue trap and he was like, I don't want it to suffer. I guess I'll kill it with my bare hands. While I was on a Discord call with him. Yeah, big red flag moment. Anyways. Turning the ship wheel hard. Back to Tales of the SS Hermit, thank you. Take my brain away from that guy and his habits. Get my brain away from him. Good lord. You mentioned that Martin would be a character in Tales of the SS Hermit. Does that mean that he and Ren will ever have their whole thing going on? Ren and Martin would vibe definitely. Okay, here's... My brain can catch on to that. Here we go. Thank you. So, Martin and Ren. I have an idea for Martin. And basically, he's gonna be the fox from Animal Crossing, where he just shows up at the Hermit's Island every now and then with just junk that he's collected from around the world. He's kind of like a Jack Sparrow type character where he'll just sail and travel and explore and gather things, and then he'll try to sell the things. So he'll just show up on the Hermit's Island every now and then with just junk from around the world and be like, look at this famous painting! Look at this scroll that I found! Look at this artifact! Look at this necklace! Look at this obsidian feather that fell off a watcher! And the rest of the group is gonna be like, oh, that's fascinating! And Doc just keeps trying to throw him out, but he keeps coming back. The introduction that I have planned for him is he's gonna be like sailing past Fernil and being like, oh, every time I've sailed past here before, the place was empty and abandoned and shrouded in mist and mystery, and now there's houses and there's like smoke coming out of the chimneys. I must go investigate. He's gonna pull up, and the hermits are just gonna be working. They're gonna be scurrying around, hammering walls, gathering planks, putting stuff together, welding stuff, and everybody's gonna be so busy that they don't notice him just walking into camp. And he kind of walks in like, okay, this is cool. And this would be so funny, like cinema style, of just camera following him as he's walking through the town. Everyone's busy, and someone's, up on top of the roof, and they're like, hey, can you pass me up a hammer? And Martin just picks it up and hands it off to him. The guy's like, thanks! Goes back to working. And goes past Impulse's forge. Origin Impulse is like, I'll be with you in a second. He's like, oh, take your time. Keeps going, and just nobody notices. There's so many of them, and they're so busy, they just don't notice that one's new. And then, the whistle for the mess hall tent goes off, and everyone's like, dinner bell, time for lunch, and everybody puts their stuff down, they all run to the mess hall, and Martin's like, okay, because I'm joining them. And nobody notices him. He gets in line for lunch, grabs his tray, gets his food. And he's just like listening in on the conversations around him, being like, oh, that's thing, yeah. And he sits down to eat with the others on either side of him, and they're talking and they're like, oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this house. I want it to be 2-story, but the foundation underneath it is kind of sinking, so it's gonna be tilted. So maybe we'll work with that, or I think we need to do some more work with the foundation. There's the beams already have cracks in them, so maybe I should replace the beams, or should I just fix them? And he's just like, oh, that is a conundrum. And one by one, like, they notice him, and like Tango just like stops eating and like puts his stuff down and stares at him. Impulse sees him staring, and he stops, and then he sees Martin, and he stops and he puts his stuff down. And one by one, everybody in the cafeteria just goes quiet, and they slowly turn to see just this brand new person that has suddenly spawned in their midst. And it's the moment of like, that's not one of us! Wait a second! Who are you? And as soon as everybody like freezes and looks at Martin, he just stops, he like puts his plate down, and he's just like, lunch was fantastic, I'll be on my way now. He takes off running back to his boat. And then Doc chases him, and he's like, no, get back here, you... Yeah. Who are you? And then we get his little introduction. But just the fact there's so many hermits and they're so busy that like a totally brand new person could just get added to their midst and they wouldn't notice. I'm like, yeah, I guess that's one of us. Wait. Hold on a damn second. And the same thing happens when Zedaf joins, except everybody comes out to greet Zedaf because it's like a big deal of like, oh, someone new is coming, and he joins them. Doc doesn't know because Doc was like somewhere else, and then Doc joins them for dinner, and like halfway through he just like stops and stares at Zedaf, and he's like, who the fuck is that? Who is that guy? Is this a friend of Martin's? And they're like, no, this is the professor we told you about. He's here to help us. Are all dogkins generic dogkins, as in no discernible IRL breed, or wolfkins? There's wolfkins, and then dogkins. So Martin's a dogkin, so he's more golden retriever-ish. And amongst them, you have like the different variations between the species. So you got like gray wolves, it would be, but not as much variation as like actual dogs, because actual dog breeds come from like, of course, humans breeding them to look like that. So it'd be more like what kind of dogs wolves would naturally evolve into without human intervention type thing. So you wouldn't see, like, a dogkin pug. But you'd see, like, a terrier. Or a poodle. But you wouldn't see, like, a Dachshund. Or a corgi. No Dachshund person, no. Is there a cat race? Yes. But alas, none of the hermits are cats. I think there's going to be... I don't know why I did that. There's going to be, in book 2, we're gonna open up with them having, like, shore leave in a different city. So we'll get a chance to see, like, what an actual, like, fantasy city looks like. Because we didn't get a lot of time to stay in Oxforge. Because we were in Oxforge, we were mostly at the dock with the ship. Yeah, we were only there for like 2 chapters. And then, yeah, so I think book 2, we're gonna open up with them having shore leave. And so we'll actually get to see what a fantasy steampunk city looks like from like the ground level. And of course you got the Amherst soldiers marching back and forth. I think in that city it's gonna be Kalilian. It's gonna be like Kalilian soldiers. And Mumbo's gonna have a moment of like hearing somebody say the name Milo. And he's gonna like get really freaked out thinking they're talking to him, but they're just like harassing another shopkeeper down the line. Let's see. General store. Slightly bigger. Sorry, I just made a connection in my brain. For the longest time, I thought I was hearing, like, my upstairs neighbor's, like, TV or radio. Because I was hearing, like, very far off talking. I just realized that that's not talking. That's the cat's water fountain. And when it's low on water, the air bubbles in the fountain make like these little bubbling noises that sound like muffled whispers. Sorry, that was like a really weird thing to realize in front of an audience, but hey, that'd be something cool for like a ghost story. Think you're hearing whispers, but it's just bubbles playing tricks with you. There's gonna be a lot of room in the back here. I guess I can make this deep. I can make it long. That'll work. So how long has Exuma been re-establishing settlements? I'm still working on that. Because here's the thing, is that Exuma's backstory is going to take center stage in book 2 with a certain character based on Exuma appearing. I need a sign. I need a sign to say general store. I don't have a sign. I guess I do. I hear you. I just physically jumped in my seat. Boink. But yeah, Exuma's backstory is something I'm still working on. Ouch! Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Get his ass! Get his ass! Good, good. Too tall. There we go, that'll work. I thought that was one of the golems accidentally smacking me. Oh no, one of them died. Bro, what are you doing? Anyways, like I was saying, I'm still working on Ixuma's backstory, but I know that that's going to be an important part of book 2, which is why it's in book 2, because I haven't figured it out completely yet, so I need some more time to think about that. But it's going to be cool. Look at him sitting there. Grr! Grr! General store. There we go. We did it. We mapped out one location. I feel like it's a bit too wide now. I need food. Anyway, is Mumbo ever going to reunite with his mom? Like when he's shopping, he catches a glimpse of her and just drops everything he's doing? No. Maybe Mumbo leaving during season 9 could be him visiting his mom? No. You think I'm gonna be nice to him? You think I'm gonna be nice? You think I'm gonna let him visit his mom? I'm gonna kick his ass. I'm gonna kick everybody's ass. Beat-ups was just the beginning. I've got a lot of things I need to work through, and fanfiction is the outlet. I have a roommate who killed a mouse with his bare hands, and I need to process that. You think I'm gonna be nice to my characters? After that? No. Don't worry, it's gonna have a happy ending. But you gotta wait until the ending to get there. No, me, no! Yes! Yes. They're my action figures, and I get to do what I want with them. That's all fanfiction is. We're just bouncing action figures around and making up stories about them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. A perfect odd number. Seems good to me. Yes. Okay, which box did I take this from? This is oak. Okay. There we go. So we got general store. I gotta look from above. How's the spacing on that for the train station? That looks pretty good. I do really want to fix the horse pad now and like the shape that it's making, because that little it's bothering me. It can just be straight and then sideways and then straight. And like this over here, this little nudging, unnecessary. Just make it straight. We'll fix that. So next building is, so we got general store. Next to it can be Phoenix. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Is As if I'm not getting distracted enough. What time is it? Almost 10 o'clock. You're almost due for some food. Oh, we're past the 3-hour mark. We haven't done anything yet. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? He just started rubbing his butt on the carpet. Oh, that's a dog thing. What's wrong? What's wrong? You got poop on your butt? You got poop on your butt? There you go. He's gotta lick himself for a bit. There we go. So we got one store, I think. Let me look at the picture I saw again of the Red Dead Redemption town. Because right now all I can think of is like bank and hotel and saloon. We're gonna have a saloon and a salon. They're gonna be right next to each other. It won't be confusing at all. Now I buried it underneath all of the videos of Felix that I sent to my own Discord. A very handy thing to have is a Discord chat with only yourself so that you can send photos and reminders to yourself. It's how I get like videos and drawings and stuff between iPad, phone, and computer because Discord's on all of them. Easy way to send them without taking up Google space. There we go. So we've got school, park, hotel, saloon, general store, barber, sheriff. There's a lot of stores that just say shop. It's like shop, shop, doctor. A doctor's place would be good. Worms? No, I don't think worms. I just took him to the vet and he was pretty wormless, but he scooted his butt on the carpet. There you go. You might be telling me he's hungry. Doctor, house, bank, shop, mercantile. What's a mercantile? Okay, so a lot of these just say shop. Blacksmith, stables. These are the stables. We got our barn set up. We could have different stores selling different things. There you go. Now he's making biscuits on his bed. Who needs productivity when you can vibe? Yeah, we're vibing. Let's see, I at least... Let's make a doctor's, a sheriff's, and then next to the sheriff's suite will be the bank. Actually, doctor's, sheriff's, hotel, bank. Let's make the map for those, and then that's where we can call it. Doctor's place. What's a good color for a doctor's office? Spruce. Red, pink. Hi. You wanna help me pick out a color? You wanna help me pick out a color? There, he's here. He's on the desk. You can't see him. Oh, you sat down. You just sat down on my wires. You're gonna sit on my keyboard. Let's see. That's gonna be general store. Or maybe I want the doctor's office to be... I think I want the doctor's office to be oak. And then the general store will be jungle. I want to say spruce, but I'd say spruce forever building. Ah, of course you like. How far away are they? There we go. So we'll make the doctor's office oak. And then the general store will be jungle. Doctor's office is going to be 2 stories. But it's not going to be as big as general store. Because the doctor in these places counted as surgeon, vet, dentist. And it was just one guy who probably didn't have a medic license. Although maybe having a separate place for a vet would be a good building to add. And it doesn't have to be an old West Town. We can make it a new West Town and make a boba shop. You can make it a Colorado tourist town. With little jewelry shops and stuff. Now I gotta take all this down. Felix is like an inch away from sitting on my keyboard. Great. I'm gonna push you forward a little bit so you don't... just so you don't land it. There you go. He's happy there. Is there anybody else online? They're all AFK. Oh wow. Look at my map circle over there when I hit tab. That's cool! Look at all the things for horse. All the horses over there. That's cool as hell. There we go, we'll use the dirt stripe to put down the jungle. I see them. There we go. And then after this, I need to make sure that I have Monster Prom downloaded. What if I hit you with a shovel? Oh lord, there's a lot of mobs spawning out there. I forgot, when I tore up the grass and the rest of the dirt, I took up the torches with it. You can't get me! There we go. I wish that iron golems could get them through the fence. There we go, that one got him. They can get him in the corners. Hi, donkey. I've been talking a lot. Medium horse. There we go. And now back to setting up our jungle wood. That's jungle. Here's our oak. Our oak and ash and thorn. Any Tales of the Hermit stuff that you're particularly enjoying developing right now? Ooh. Well, right now I'm working on chapter 12. So chapter 12 is in the works. Let me hit the corners. And right now it's following Cub. And like I've said before, I needed to figure out what Cub was doing. because his research is gonna lead him to the Vexes and the Allays. And that's gonna, I want that to tie into, you know, the climax, the finale. And I think with this chapter, I finally figured out what he's doing. And basically, I just had to simplify it for myself and for the audience. Basically, he is studying black magic with the intention of finding a way to use it as a power source. And I feel like that thread of questions is going to lead him to discover the things that he needs to discover. And it's also going to tie in with the whole B-dubs being super superstitious about black magic. The fact that, as some eagle-eye viewers have pointed out, that black magic seems to be following Scar, or that he keeps accidentally doing it, one of the two. And, of course, Cleo. I'm sure some people may have noticed this, but you know what seems to be the symbol of black magic is black thorns. And as many of you realize, the ghost in the last chapter was Cleo. And the name on the tailor shop is Blackthorn Tailors. So I think there's some pieces there that you can start to put together. There's some pieces you can piece together, some things you can pick up. I'm excited to introduce Cleo. Okay, so that's jungle wood. I need to make the sign. Start smacking wood blocks together. Yep. I forgot I have the sticks to make the signs. But jungle signs. Jungle. General store. And then I put those back in the... Yep, that's it. Put those back in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle! I don't know that song. I just know that people say, welcome to the jungle, whenever you say the word jungle. Doctor's office. Do you have an explanation as to what skulk is in the Telsius' hermit world? Is it a fungus, a plant, a stone? I think it would make sense to be a fungus. Or a fungus-like substance. Definitely fueled by black magic. But I want to have things kind of be discovered by the hermits in accordance to like when things got updated or like added to the game. So Skulk came out in like season 9. So that's something where when they're on the 9th island, they find a cave and they're like, oh my gosh, this is new. Doot, doot, doot. Jungle store. Doctor's office. And then, what did I say? Sheriff's. He's chewing on my bag of dried fruit. Do you want me to go get you some food? I'll be right back. I gotta go pour some food in the bowl. No, my niece. There we go, I'm back. The beast has been fed. Ooh, could the warden be considered a skulk golem? I guess it could be. Hold on a second, I'm gonna write that one down. That's a good one. Not a mob, not a golem, but a secret third thing. Spooky. I definitely want to have a really horror movie moment of them encountering a warden for the first time, just being like, what the hell is that? Dark oak. Pale. Spruce. Jungle. Oak. Just a resign. Just a monster. Yes. Birch. Dark oak. And this will be for Sheriff's Office. Who was the famous cowboy? Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday. I think it'll be funny if I have a sign that says the doc is on holiday. He wasn't a cowboy, he was a rustler. If I remember correctly. He was an outlaw. There we go. How straight do I want these buildings? Do I want them to line up exactly, or... I think a little bit of variation will do, especially since the fence goes in that way in this section. So Sheriff's Office doesn't have to be too big, but I do want to make sure I keep building big and not accidentally building too small. That's one of the boys on a scratching post. Doc Holliday was also a dentist. Perfect! The doc is on holiday. I have had that thought while, like, making SS Hermit. Stuff like, okay, so if somebody, like, gets a toothache, who's the fill-in dentist? Do they have somebody like that, or do they just opt for saying, okay, hold still, Doc's gonna punch you really hard to get the tooth out? I know that Joe Hills, I haven't written his card yet, but he might be next. I'll do his card next. Joe Hills is their barber. So when someone needs a haircut, Joe's the one who knows how to do that. He's also kind of the only one who really knows how to sew or work with textiles. I mean, a lot of them probably have like the basic knowledge of like being able to sew a button and like mend a tear and stuff like that, but so far Joe's the only one who can like actually make clothes a little bit until Cleo comes along as the tailor and can actually make like costumes. Sorry, dinky ass song started playing. I feel like it would be funny if it was easier for them to just get the tooth out and regenerate a new one instead of actually fixing it. I do have some ideas for like regenerative properties, so like definitely between elves. I don't know if it's an elf thing or a druid thing. That they have, I think it'll be an elf thing, where they have natural like healing abilities. And that was something where I realized that I hadn't shown that off yet, that Scar can do that. I had his brother mentioned it, like he's got a healing ability that keeps him from getting hurt too badly, but I haven't actually shown it. So I'm like, okay, I need to have like something cut him or scrape him at some point so we can see like the skin glow green and then heal itself back up. And I had the thought of like, okay, if Scar gets a tooth knocked out, then well, his body's just gonna naturally regrow, whether he wants it to or not. And that's probably gonna be painful. Or if somebody were to accidentally set off like a mass healing spell and make all of B-Dubs' missing teeth grow back. Only for them to get immediately knocked out again by a horse. He's like, awesome, my teeth grew back! And then he just gets bucked off. Missing his front tooth now. He's like, god damn it. Sheriff's. Sheriff's office. Boop. I like this. Town is towning. Town is towning. Stuff is happening. And then hotel. And then bank over there. If it's an elf ability, False does like to jump into fights. Be nice. I just watched Laddie put Felix's whole head in his mouth. Just... I know he's a pain in the butt, but don't eat him. Jeez. Town do be townin'. It do be townin'. Where is Dark? Dark. Boop, boop. I should probably put the box into its respective spot. So like Dark Oak is gonna go inside the plot. Bam. That'll help me keep it organized. Doctor's office is... I still have signs. Put the signs away. Oak. That's oak. This is also my way of differentiating between the wood types by color and helping me get more familiar with them. So that's oak. That's jungle. Jungle. There we go. General store. And now hotel gonna be Pale Oak. No, wait. Take a piece out. We're gonna need a bit more than this, probably. So like I said, I have like 3 shulkers full of Pale Oak, so that's automatically going into the hotel as the biggest building. And I want it to like actually be hotel sized, so we're gonna have this. I think start back here. And then at some point, I'm just gonna make a straight line and then I'll do the math because I want it to do the thing where it's straight and then it curves out for the front and then it goes straight. This one's gonna be a challenge. This one's gonna be big episode because it's gonna require the interior of a hotel as well. So it's gonna be a big project, but it's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's definitely gonna need to be deeper. Tongue is out for maximum concentration. little bit too big. How many layers deep of headcanons is Stonevania Hermit in the Hermit fandom? I don't really know about like adding on to like other headcanons. I pick up the designs from other designs, so like Grian being a bard, Scar being an elf, Impulse being a dwarf. But then the story is just completely, like I said, a mix of me growing up reading Victorian novels, me loving the steampunk aesthetic, and I said it before, but I realized that SS Hermit is kind of a Star Trek type story with like a bunch of people who are like all experts in their field being put together on a vessel and sent into a situation. So it's the setting of a Sherlock Holmes novel with the characterization of the Star Trek characters, with the overall aesthetic and humor of a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Put it together and what do you got? Bippity-boppity-boo. Like I said, I want this to stick out. That means I gotta count this. Find the middle. But when I find the middle, I'm gonna have to put a sign down. So I gotta go all the way back here, make a sign, and then I'll count. Boop. Where are my sticks? Where are my sticks? Dark Holiday? General store? No. I gotta make my own sticks. 4 sticks. Good Lord, we're going on 5 hours. Thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. So it's been a heck of a week. And next week's gonna be a heck of a week, and the week after that's gonna be a heck of a week. Like I said, just having this little bubble here where we can hang out, play some Minecraft, yap, tell stories about my roommates, show off the cats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's nice to have the little bubble, and I'm very glad that I can provide it for you. I gotta count again. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Okay, so we got an odd number, so we're gonna have a middle, but because this is a hotel, we want double doors. We want double doors. Screw J.K. Rowling, but we can still reference the puppet plays. Double door. So we're gonna make it an even 44. Step. Holy, these streams really do kill my ADHD. I didn't even realize it's been that long. Me too! Feels like it's been 2 hours. And also, I guess that's a testament to just... I've actually been streaming long enough that I can hit 4 hours easily. And I'm very proud my voice isn't giving out, so it's good to see that my voice is getting stronger. Because that's another thing, if we want to loop it back around to, I almost said ADHD, Ehlers-Danlos, with all the connective tissue stuff, your voice depends on connective tissue. So, one of the things for that is, you'll have doctors tell you to like, hey, do choir vocal warm-ups. Make sure you sing in the shower to keep your vocal cords strong and work them out the same that you'd work out your arms and your knees. I am genuinely worried about my hearing. There we go, they're all dead. Because that's also connective tissue. And like I said, if I've got headphones on all day, that's not exactly the healthiest thing for your ears. So that might be something to look into for a future doctor's appointment, but I don't want to talk to a doctor anytime soon. It's frustrating. But I gotta check out my eyes and my ears, make sure they're functioning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I lost count. I've heard a lot of people refer to her as just the author. Yeah. Simply the author. There's one time, Cleo on Blue Sky, just making a post said, I wish that you could block certain authors on Audible. And I commented, is it J.K. Rowling? And they said, yes, it's J.K. Rowling. Everybody else was like, I knew it! I knew it! Knew exactly who you're talking about, you didn't even have to say it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So would the middle be 21 and 22, or would that be 22 and 23? I need to stand back. What are you doing? Another one for the Felix compilation. What are you doing? Make it. That one might actually be Laddie. Between 22 and 23. Yeah, you're right. It needs to be on this side. Boop. Hotel. Hotel. Arizona. Welcome to the Hotel Arizona. California was taken, so we went for the next hottest state. There we go, that looks better. So that's gonna be the hotel. Now let's see if we can make like a little curve here as the foyer. The foyer. We make a 1, 2. And then a bop. And a bop bop. I like that. Such a toasty face. Such a sweaty place. Well, that's tiny looking. Let's just keep making the arcs bigger. Now I gotta do the same on this side. Do it. How's that look? That looks a bit more like a curve. There we go. Let's take a camera drone look. Oh, that's gonna be huge. That's gonna be big. That's good. Look at all the space we have to fill up. I imagine like these buildings came first, and then as soon as like more tourists started coming into the town, bam, giant hotel. So that's gonna be a more modern looking building. So these ones are gonna have a bit more age to them, and this one's gonna have a bit more cleanliness to it. There's gonna be nice chandelier. For the interiors, I don't have to worry about the only one wood type, but so I can add like metal and clay for like decorations and stuff. This is gonna be interesting, because like I said, this is all for building practice to build a town, so rather than making one mega build, I'm making multiple tiny builds. And along with making multiple tiny builds comes with making multiple tiny interiors. So that'll be good practice as well. Boop. And now we'll put the payload back in its box. And then from there, right across from the hotel is gonna be the bank. Which is what this whole mess is about in the first place. Wait, where'd I put the payload box? I was holding on to it. Oh. And I think we can add some flower beds out here, some like artificial greenery. I don't have room. I'll just set these down as second layer. You ever just get the urge to scream out of nowhere? Yeah, it's like another ADHD thing of instead of gotta move, it's gotta make noise. Gotta means your lungs need some deep air inside of them. There we go, and now bank is gonna be over there. Gotta move, make your heart beat a little bit. Get some air in your lungs. There we go, birch. And pick you up. Actually. So were you a problem child in school? No, I was an angel. Why is there acacia saplings in there? I was a joy to have in class. I was quiet. I behaved myself. I never made any noise. I never got into trouble. There was one time at recess, I ran on the mulch when you were supposed to walk on the mulch, and they made me stand on the line, and I cried. And the next day, I set foot on the playground shaking because I was terrified of getting in trouble for running on the mulch again. That's the kind of kid I was. Bank. So where did I have the bank next to the horse pen? I feel like I need a transition. maybe a horse store? Or like, you know, an animal-related store instead? That can be for the spruce. That's gonna be for the spruce. And then bank will go next to it. So let's put these down, because this is what's in our inventory. The banks yesteryear weren't that big, but again, we've got a lot of room to fill. So we'll make this one a nice bank. We'll make it a copper core bank. And we're gonna make it deep because you gotta have the vault in the back. So this one's gonna go out to the green. Was that something in the lo-fi, or did you just make a noise, Felix? Did you cry? Oh, there he goes. There's a hole in the cabinets where it's like where the cabinets make the corner. There's like that empty gap back there because you have like the space in the cabinet this way and space in the cabinet this way, and in the corner it's just empty. And there's a little gap where the cabinet meets the floor that just they didn't have a piece of wood to finish it, so there's just a nice little hole back there, and Felix can fit inside of it. So sometimes he goes inside the cabinet hole and screams. I don't know, does anybody else's cat do this where like they'll just go in a dark place and then ah! It's like a kid just wanting to hear their own voice echo. But he'll just go in a dark spot and go, ah! I gotta go. No, but I do that. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Bed is occupied. No, it ain't. Oh. Oops, I'm on top of somebody. Sorry, sir. Actually, you know what? I have some iron left over from your brethrens. There we go. Get him! Good boy. Excuse me. Thank you. I wish that you could put items like on the iron golems, because I want to give these guys sheriff hats so bad. Like, that's what they are. They're the sheriffs. They're the deputies. In elementary school, no teacher could handle me. After that, I was completely fine. Never in trouble, always did my work. Ah. You ever just have a bank with little security next to the lot of ready and runny cars? I don't see the problem. Jellycat! 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 You gotta chase her when you see her. There's a creeper in the way. Jellycat! Jellycat! I'm sorry. What was I looking for? Spruce. I was looking for this one. Did I already pick up the birch? Yes, birch is in my inventory. You might be able to with the copper golem and replacing the rose on its head. Ooh. Make them wear a hat. That's possible. I will have to speak with one of the more knowledgeable ones in here about that. Next update, Mojang, allow us to put hats on golems. Cause you can put different hats on villagers. Can you? I swear I've seen one of the hermits like put a hat on a villager. Oh, you can redecorate zombies, because zombies can pick up the helmets and the heads. So you can put hats on zombies, but I want to be able to put a hat on a villager. I want to give them all cowboy hats. Maybe there's a mod that I could download specifically that just makes them look like cowboys and puts them in the cowboy costume. So if anybody else comes in here, they won't see it, but you'll be able to see it. You technically can, just on regular villagers, it's not visible. But mods exist. Yeah, I think I'll find a mod that just makes the villagers look like cowboys. Because right now, that's right, they're still wearing their Savannah outfits. So I think a change of costume would be nice. And like I said, we're gonna have a villager, possibly multiple villagers, occupying every single one of these buildings. Did I already pick up the... I did not. Come here. If the mod also puts cowboy hats on the iron golems, I'll be very happy. I want them to be my deputies! Okay, yeah, looking at this is a pretty wide bank, but... I might need to make this longer. I think just like 2 longer. Boop, boop. I think that works. That works. Also put a little star on the chest. Yes! Yes! You see the vision. You understand. Birch planks, spruce, birch. I'm yawning. It's getting late for me. It's 10:30. It was 9 o'clock a second ago. Jeez. Here we go. Bank. There's space in here? I do. Wow. Why you cry? Why you cry? Is there a toy stuck under the oven? I checked and there was no toy. You lied. Don't look at me like that. Put that away. That is what we'll be using for the next episode. So this will be the first building going up, just because thematically it's the one that correlates to what we're doing in the next episode. Basically, next episode opens up with me going to the shopping district and being like, oh my gosh, I've collected so many diamonds. I need somewhere to put them. And then that ties in with all the shenanigans happening in the shopping district. There we go. Horse store. It will sell all items related to horse. So basically another general store. But this is where you get your saddles and your lassos. And maybe in the back here, ooh, that'll be cool. In the back can be like a little blacksmith station. It's not actual like blacksmith, but a little station to put the shoes on the horses. Horse and horse accessories, yeah. And this can be where like if you want to buy a horse, you just go to the field, you go to the pen, and then you come across just right into here if you want to buy a horse. And like I said, in the back, we got the horses in the back. In the back can be a little spot to put horseshoes on. So it's going to be long. I wish that you could display saddles. Like, set them on an armor stand. Horse armor stands. I think we're onto something. Horse armor stands. There's another old black and white movie. One of the gags in there is you know, they get ready to chase down the bad guys, and they're like, ah, we need horses! Off to the horses! And the one guy does this really cool leap onto the back of a horse, and the horse takes off running. And then the other guy leaps onto the back of the horse, and the horse just stands still, and he like, come on, come on! The horse just stands still. And he gets off of the horse, and he like pokes it, and it's a mannequin horse that's like out front of a general store, displaying a saddle. He just like puts his hands on his hips and just walks after the guy who rode off. Mannequin horse. Sounds like a Star Wars character. Mannequin Skywalker. Oh, I need a spruce sign. I need a spruce sign. I need to go all the way back here to the crafting bench. Why'd I put it so far away? This is what the inside of my brain sounds like. A candy shop! We could use the pink to make a candy shop! I just got so excited at that idea. We gotta use bamboo. The bamboo could be for the salon. But that leaves me with... what kind of wood do I want to make the saloon? That's what the red can be for. And then now that we've used all of our colors... no, we need a blue. We need a blue. Blue will be for the barber shop. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm thinking. I need a place to store my dirt. So I think closer to my house could be like specialized shops of like stone cutter, where I keep stone items. Maybe just a dirt shop and just make like generic stores on that side. I need a building to store my dirt in. That's the problem. Maybe we can store the dirt in the horse barn. Colored wood, we'll leave that outside. I gotta sleep. Gotta sleep. Move! Use the horse, mannequin. We gotta fix that. I think the town's coming together. Look at that. It's kind of making a gradient. Crafting table. Stick. Spruce. Keep wondering, like, how do I get hungry so quickly? It's like, duh, I sprint everywhere. Horse. Store. I'm getting tired. I'm actually wearing myself out. And I'm almost out of carrots. Sign. I'll put the extra birch in here just because I don't have any room in there. Ooh. Do I want to do that to myself is the question. I just got an idea. Bamboo. We still have bamboo to use. But for the colored wood... So that's gonna be mangrove for what's gonna be the second biggest building next to the hotel. Mangrove is probably one of the hardest blocks to get. But I gotta remember that our guy James does have a wood farm. So he's got the farm set up, complete with redstone and everything, so we can just buy more from him. Ooh, are you gonna do a church, which also doubled as a school usually back then? That's an idea. We're definitely gonna have a lot of pale oak left over, so we can do a church. Maybe somewhere over there. Church of Bean. What did I say? I wanted this to make an L, so then the town comes this way, and then it goes this way. And then it'll turn to go this way. So I think Saloon can be a good L-shaped building. And that'll straddle the edge between the sand. The legume lord answers all. I was trying to think of a good bean pun. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I think that's a good curve. We could make a bookstore, but how many people in the West knew how to read? Now I gotta make it long on this side so it doesn't look weird next to the bank. This will work. That might be too narrow. I said, do I want to do this to myself and make like a diagonal building? The answer is yes, because how else will I learn? How else will I learn? Look, it's pistol shaped. Two this way. Can't see. I can't see what I put down. Yep, two that way, and then it just goes straight. We'll work on it. We'll workshop it. But I think from this side, that's going to be a nice curve. because then you're gonna have the bank covering the back of it, so you don't see it just suddenly like ending. So you're gonna have the bank, and then the saloon. And that'll block your view of that way, but you should still be able to see the tower on the other side of it. And then you come around this side, which means we can put a bamboo house here. There's also the divine bean. Yes! Can you hear Laddie in the background? He's crying at the closet door. I could put in another copper core. I really like this song. Hold on, I'm gonna go save it. I don't think this was in my playlist. Hi, Maddie. Odor Glockenspiel. Cool. I hope it's not copyrighted. Hi. Do you want me to pick you up? Do you want me to pick you up? Come here. You guys get to see Laddie tonight. Hi. I'm gonna scoop you. I'm gonna scoop you. There we go. It's okay. I got you. There we go. Here comes the boy. Here comes the boy. Look at this absolutely massive man. Here, I'll put my knees up so I can't hold you. He is so huge compared to Felix. Oh, down you go. Oh. There we go. There's your daily dose of Laddie. I'm trying to think of what I want to go over here, because now I can see, now that I have like the size of the buildings planned out, I gotta go fix that. That's weird looking. That's weird looking. I think it needs to go here. I forgot I put that zombie head there. There we go, so we'll make it a smaller curve. What? What? You're at the door. I know you want... Like I said, Laddie's my roommate's cat, and he gets upset whenever she leaves to go hang out at her girlfriend's house. So he's just sitting by the door. She'll be back! She'll be back! She'll be back, she's fine. She looks so sad. He's just a baby. Like I said, I don't know if you could hear him, but he's being very vocal. Point. Oh, come on, let me in, let me in, let me in. I mean, move. Do you see that golem just walk over the villagers? Come on, man. Have some respect. You too. Get him. Good. This is turning out nice. Like, I can actually see the town coming together now. I love this. So we're gonna have our saloon made of red. And fur pink. So we've got pink, blue, and bamboo left. And then for whatever remaining stores, we'll just cycle through, like, whatever materials we have left over. If we have any left over. But I think, look, given the amount of birch that we have, and the amount it's gonna take to, like, make just this square here, I think we're gonna have some left over. So we'll have another birch. I got cat hair. Blech. Perfect orange hair right on my tongue. Yeah. First mold, now this. And bamboo. What do I want to do with bamboo? So I know I want blue to be... I want blue to be a barber shop. And we don't have our warped wood yet. So for now, we can map that out with dirt. I think barbershop next to the hotel makes sense. So, and here's the middle of the road. So barbershop over here, and then have the barbershop and the candy shop next to each other. And then bamboo can be a post office. There we go. News bulletin by the train station or the general store. That would be cool. That'd be cool. Where's the actual sheriff's office? Sheriff's office is Dark Oak over there. But that one, right next door. That one's dirt, so we're gonna mark out the barbershop with dirt until we get our hands on... Oh, that's too close. Warped wood. Ready, it's okay! Are you upset that Felix is in the hole? Are you trying to tell me that he's in the cabinet hole? Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. He's so upset. Come here. Want me to pick you up again? Come here. He wants some love. Come here. There you go, it's okay. She'll be back. She'll be back. You want me to scratch your butt? That's what you want. You chill out there. Felix, you chill out there. Reminder to everyone to stretch and drink water. Oh yeah. So my roommate's got one of those big boxes of Copic markers, and this thing is black. It's a big black rectangle. And I didn't see it, but Felix was laying on top of it and he blends in perfectly. Whose back is looking like a cane right now? Probably mine. I can't hold myself up very well. We're working on it. It's 11 o'clock, Jesus! Now I'm actually locking in on a project. The time. Now I'm racing against my own tiredness because I want to finish this before I head out. So then on Sunday I can actually record some building. What was I doing? Okay, here's middle of the road for the house. So barbershop will start here. Barbershop can be a little bit tinier. We'll give this one no corners as well. We're gonna get a little fancy with the shapes of these now. Time is just a blockade in front of progress. Au contraire, it's the rails on which progress run. I just got possessed by like a 1800s steel baron. Perfect. There we go, barbershop. So we got the salon, and we got the saloon. Oh, my bad. Sleep is a blockade. There we go. Au contraire, resting well is also necessary fuel for progress. You ever try to do something productive when you're tired? It don't turn out right. Like I said, I'm used to working night shifts, so this is the beginning of starting to get tired. What did I say for? Well, let me pick up a spare sign from one of these. Ready? Come here. Come here. What's wrong? What's wrong? His ears are twitching big time. He's like sitting still and his ears are doing the radar sweeps from side to side. Makes me worried that he's hearing something in the walls. Like a mouse. Is it the sound of your water fountain? Making the bubbles? Is that what's bothering you? I feel like Laddie would communicate very well with one of those like button mats. Like, I feel like Felix understands more physical things, like opening doors and cabinets, but I feel like Laddie has the capacity to understand language if you showed him how to use one properly. Because that's the thing with all animals, is that all my life I've always gotten along well with, you know, whatever animals in the house. It's like maybe it's a side effect of growing up as the weird kid with very few friends, but I like to spend time like analyzing animals and just like watching their behavior, and everything boils down to like animals don't do things for no reason. Like it's similar to like a baby crying, is that everything they do is they're trying to communicate something in a language that we can't understand. But if you pay attention enough, pay attention to like their body language and what they're pointing at, what they're looking at, what they're crying about, you can understand pretty clearly what it is they want when they talk to you. And that's kind of developed, well, with me having Felix as my own, we've kind of come into this back and forth of like, he knows that him doing X tells me that he wants this. So I've got like a piece of decorative fake coral on my nightstand, which is just in a pretty thing I found in an antique shop. And he knows that in the morning, if he chews on that, that's his way of telling me that he's hungry. And like, even though him like chewing on stuff is like a destructive behavior, I'd rather him use his voice. That's the language that we've settled on, is that him doing that equals him letting me know that he's hungry. Same thing, and him chewing on a plastic bag is also a way of letting me know that he's hungry. But then, and the thing is, because I don't want it to turn into him doing bad behavior equals me rewarding him, but I don't know how to get him to say something else to get me to do the task. Because like sometimes I'll be sitting here like editing and he'll start bothering me. He'll start bothering me big time of like scratching, coming up here and chewing on stuff, chewing on the computer, chewing on the microphone. He'll start trying to knock stuff off the desk, or he'll start standing up on hind legs to try to knock stuff off the shelf that's above here. And when he gets fussy and misbehaving like that, he's telling me that his toy is stuck somewhere and he's bored because he doesn't have his toy. And then I get him his toy and he doesn't chew on my computer or microphone anymore. I also like to watch animals, though is also considered weird because I extend that to bugs. I have a little bit of a harder time looking at bugs just because their appearance inherently freaks me out. But I like them. I understand them. They are merely tiny animals. I will leave their observation to somebody else. Yeah, like I said with Felix, I've never owned a pet myself before. I've grown up around pets. For most of my life, dogs. So Felix is the first animal that is like solely my responsibility to take care of him. And like I said, I don't want his actions to turn into him doing bad behavior equals me rewarding him, but that's just the method of communication that we've landed on. Is that him chewing on a plastic bag equals I'm hungry. Him trying to knock something off a desk equals I'm bored, can you get my toy out from under the closet? Like I said, I'd rather he take a page out of Laddie's book and, you know, learn how to use his voice. And go, ah! Tell me. Vocally, but that's not what he wants to do. I walked over there with the intention of picking up a sign, and then I never did. Here we go, we'll use birch. So this is gonna be barber shop. I feel like I've zoned out for an hour. That was a really weird feeling where I just consciously zoned back in and I was like, oh my god, I've been talking for 10 minutes. And I didn't realize. So... Salon. How do you spell salon? Is it 2 L's? Salon. Salon. Saloon. Salon. Too bad it's got 2 L's now. And for the bamboo, so we're working with bamboo quite a bit in Island Life. So I think a bamboo post office here. No, because we want to use the cherry for a candy shop. We'll do cherry and bamboo. Why am I coming all the way over here for this? I can do this. Boop. I think this town is gonna be very cute when it's finally put together with all the different colored buildings. A courthouse? I guess that would be sheriff's office. In ye old days. That one was Felix, if you heard that one. That was his "I just pooped" scream. Post office. I know that some of the Stonevanians like show, and then we're trying to set up a mail system similar to, you know, Etho, Tangle, and Pearl's mail system with the nether portals. I don't know if they got it to work completely yet. I think they gave it a test run with a few of the other Stonevanians. We gotta say Stonevanians so that we don't call ourselves stoners. But I'm not sure how well it went, because I saw the messages a while back of them being like, hey, it broke again. But I don't know if they got it up and running completely yet. But that would be cool to put my name on that and then have those pop up in here. Do I have another sign? Oh, I have one more. And I gotta go all the way over here to the crafting table, which I didn't pick up. One sign. 3 signs. Y'all know what y'all are? Yeah, we're stoners. Boop. Post office. I guess if it was accurate, the post office would be next to the train station, but we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. And then final piece is gonna be cherry wood. That's not cherry. That's not. Get. Ew! I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna keep that there. Where's my colored wood? Oh, did I put it away over here? It was the shulker that had redwood in it. Wait. Wait. Aha! My glasses were on my face the entire time. Yep. Yep, I can smell one of the cats pooped. Ew. Ew. There you go. I think a candy shop would be cute to have like further in the town. See, now I'm starting to get the urge to like rearrange stuff. But like this is good as it is. We'll have the candy shop down here and then we'll have the other stores. Glass workers, yeah, we could have. Oh, blacksmith. Like actual blacksmith. So I know in the back of the horse pen, we're gonna have the one for the horseshoes. But an actual blacksmith to hold on to like our armor and stuff would be good. I think a little candy shop is gonna be fun. And soon I'm going to experiment with Blockbench to make some custom stuff for Finn and Out over on Island Life. But that means once I know how to do it, I can start making like custom candies and stuff. So I don't know, I think some Western candies would be really cute. And over there could be a little fishing hole. I'll put like a little fishing dock over there. There we go. Do I have another sign left? I thought I had another sign. Oh well. We know that that's gonna be candy shop. Actually, no, we do it. We have a third sign. Boop. And then it's again for the blacksmiths. He got his toy unstuck himself. Good boy. Good boy. Rudimentary electricity or all gas? Wood burning stoves. Look at you being so smart. Getting that unstuck all by yourself. Good boy. Candy shop. You know, it's gonna sell those like scorpion popsicles. I wonder if I could add a mod on my end to make scorpions. What if I turn the Minecraft spiders into scorpions? What would you guys think of that? I haven't encountered a scorpion yet. But if we're gonna be in the desert, I think we're gonna have to. Do it. You got it. I feel like that's it. No, like I said, we need the blacksmith shop. Look at that, this is gonna be cool! And all of this back here is blank. So I didn't need to fill that in at all. I guess we could set up more animal pens. We could bring in some cows. Turn this into farmland. We'll figure it out. Because like I said, I put in an order with Deadman to get 6 shulkers of packed mud so that I could keep terraforming around here. And the goal of the 6 shulkers was to cover this entire area with packed mud. But now I see the town is just gonna fit within this strip right here. I'm like, well dang, do I want to cover this area up, or what do I want to do with that? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because the green still looks weird. So I'll probably go through with the plan to... Oh, it's nighttime. I'm gonna die. I'm standing in the middle of the sidewalk. I would absolutely hate it. You must do it. Scorpions it is. There we go. Yeah, I definitely need a building right here because the saloon is too far back. But you know, it's just a question of whatever... Let's keep mapping them out with dirt. So then whatever wood we have left, we'll use that to make the last buildings down here. Hit with shovel time! Take off so that they despawn time. I keep forgetting we've got this like epic cave that's like right in our backyard. I haven't gone caving in a while, so maybe next time we'll go on the hunt for some diamonds. Yeah, I think these final shops down here will use our leftover wood to make like a blacksmith and then maybe like a clothing store. I think a blacksmith and a clothing store will be nice down here. But we've got our post office, our barbershop, our hotel, our saloon, candy store, bank, Horse store. There's a name for that. Like tractor supply. That's what it's gonna be called. Tractor supply. We've got our sheriff's office. Our doctor's office. And our general store. I think this is gonna be like main storage area. Probably. If I could, I probably need to make a shack just to hold dirt. Because that's what I have the most chests of. Stable store? Yep, this one. Horse store. Tractor supply. What would like the ye old equivalent of that be? Plows are us. Yeah, maybe we can make this back here more farmland to keep going with like the barn and the horse stables. Maybe we can get like actual like cows and pigs over here, because I realize I don't have cows and pigs and a big what's the word? Business. I almost said commodity. Not commodity. A big business out west is cattle. So it doesn't make sense for us to have an old west town with no cattle to be rustled. Maybe like an actual like corral where you go in and like lasso them things. And then a pen for like pigs and stuff. I like that. So back here can be for more just animals. I don't think we're gonna kill them because we got like a shulker of golden carrots, so we'll just have them. And we can hang out with them. Cool. I like this. Our town is coming together. And once again, maybe have another copper core building over here as like the starting store. And that'll be our final use of acacia before going into my house. I was thinking of like, do I want to build like a giant like mayor's house at the end? But I like my tiny shack. I like my little house. It's just very crammed with boxes right now, and the boxes are full of dirt. And I forgot I have emeralds up here. And potatoes. We got a lot of these that we can turn into bone meal. We got a lot more acacia that we can use. This needs sorted out. More dirt. More dirt. There you go. More dirt. But anyways, let's take a final look at our future western town. I think, like I said, given that this town has the goal of building this town is to get better at building, I think this is going to do it, because we're going to start off with just a simple square building of a general store and the doctor's office, which I imagine that one's going to be taller. Is there town lore? Kind of your typical Wild West lore. In came the railroad baron and said, you know what, we can put a town here in the middle of nowhere. And I can make money on the railroad that runs through the town. So this town was like originated by copper core as like a stop on the railroad line. Maybe it could be like the Copper Express. But of course the trains need a place to stop every now and then to restock and refuel. So the town kind of grew around the copper mine. Good idea. Maybe I could do something with these back here to turn these into like a more decorative like mine on display. We'll think about it, Because we do have... It could just be this cavern over here. Ye old copper mine. Is it a tourist attraction big enough to have a big hotel? Not a tourist attraction, but a place where business people travel on their way to the city. I imagine the train goes to the shopping district, which I have plans for copper core there as well. We're not going to be an itty-bitty store anymore. Because we've got some skyscrapers going up around us, and we can't have that. We can't have them showing us up. We are the most richest, most powerful corporation on the server, and we need to show it. We need to show it. But it's gonna need a lot of materials, so I gotta actually put in the work. It's hard to be rich when there's no one to cheat. But the train would stop here on its way to the Central Park shopping district, and some of the people got off the train and were like, you know what, I don't want to get back on. I'm gonna stay here. They started up little businesses. And of course all the people working on the train, you know, it's just like, you know, truck drivers need a place to sleep for the night. So they pull into the truck stops. This is basically a truck stop town. Train pulls in, all the workers on the train, all the businessmen and their families, they need somewhere to spend the night that isn't in the sleeping quarters of the train. They need somewhere to go get some food at the saloon. I just realized I probably could have built like an actual restaurant. But that's what the hotel is for. The hotel is counted as restaurants. That's right. Doing the hotel and the saloon, you can get some food, you got the candy store, you get dessert. Oh, you're gonna have a clothing store, blacksmith, tourist shop. Like I said, we could put a little fishing dock back here. I want to put like a little stand down here. It's like a little photograph stand to like stand here and take your picture in front of the rocks for $5. Copper core quarry? Yeah. The copper quarry. We'll work on it. But given the sheer amount of holes, I didn't know that one was back there. This mountain's hollow. Check that out. Yeah, I think next stream we'll do a mining stream because we're in need of diamonds, because if we're gonna be the financier of a great and powerful dictator, we need finances to give him, and we're kind of running low. I need to restock my shop of terracotta. And I just need an absurd amount of copper. For reasons yet unclear. Oh yeah, before we leave, let's see. I don't have an alert on YouTube because I don't know if there's a way to set that up for streaming over here, but I just got a ding on my phone that we got a new subscriber. Welcome in, Pymello. I got the little notification. I'm like, oh, welcome, thank you. I hear him. He's still in here. Our farmer is still in here. Hi. This is our farmer buddy that we were trading with. Like I said, I don't know how to like metagame trading, but I just started giving this guy pumpkins and he gave me stuff in return. So hopefully he knows how to pathfind his way to the beds. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna sleep. I'm out of food, so I can't run, but I'm gonna sleep, and let's finally get him out of his little jail back there and put him with the others, because I don't want to lose my farmer. He's my friend. Do I have any food in here? Oh, there's a boat. They check up to 20 blocks away. Okay, so that's a little bit too far for him. We'll pick him up. We'll give him a ride. We'll give him an Uber lift. There we go, golden carrot. They do pathfind to their workstation. Okay, I put his workstation away, but we'll put it back. We'll put him in charge of the horse stable. And that can also be where, like, farming stuff goes. Hello, your Uber is here. Boop. Boop. There we go. What do we want to name him? Farmer Dave? Farmer Dill? I want to give him an actual name. I've become emotionally attached to him. Farmer Bob. Farmer Dill. Farmer in the Dell. Farmer Dill. Farmer Dill Pickle. Farmer Dill. Fred. Ben. Benfred. Benefred. Winifred. Oh, he made a sound of disapproval at that. Here we go. Boop! In you go. There you go. You're safe and sound now. You're safe and sound. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh? No? Maybe? No. Maybe? Maybe? Should we be watching this? No. Oh well. They'll make it work. They'll figure it out. But anyways, I think that is a good spot to wrap this up. Look at that. I'm excited now. I've kind of been like putting this off because I didn't know like how to start. And I wanted to build a bank, but I didn't know where the bank would go. And I think this is going to be a really nice blueprint to help map out the next few Stonevania episodes. And on top of this, I also want to take you guys to the gaming district because I realized I haven't been there yet in a video or on stream. But we have a gaming district. Right now it's just Sho because Sho specializes in making games, so he's just been running rampant over there. But I want to set up a horse track. I want to set up a horse racing track. And you know, no fancy redstone, no extra steps. You just pick out a horse and you do a lap around the track, and whoever wins gets a diamond. It would be cool to like bring in the redstoners and be like, hey, can you incorporate a way to like gamble? So that if people are watching, they can like gamble their money, and that'll be a way for me to get diamonds as well. That'll be a good story segue. Because we build the bank, and then we're like, oh, we don't really have that many diamonds to put in it. We need a way to make more. Gambling. Not with our money, but somebody else's. Let's build a racetrack. Aries Aura Hyabine, I'm just wrapping up! So I guess that means that you're just not waking up. But hello, welcome! I will give you a little tour of my western town. Here goes, so we got our little house, we got our rocks. And today we flew around, we went on a little ADHD adventure of just kind of going for a wander. It's healthy to go for a wander now and then, you know? Just go see what's out there. We didn't find much. We found a cool cave. That's right, we found some cool caves that we can go explore. But then we came back and I had to force myself to sit down and focus on laying out the map for my town using the different types of wood that I want each building to be. It's 8 AM here, later than I usually catch you. Ah! Yeah, past few streams I haven't gone this late in a while. It's we got a half hour till midnight. Woo! Flashbacks to the New Year's stream. But yeah, let me give you a little tour. We've got our general store made out of jungle wood. I'm gonna name the general store with a J instead of a G. We've got our doctor's office made out of oak. Our sheriff's office made out of dark oak. Hotel made out of pale oak. Tractor supply out of spruce. Bank made out of birch. Saloon made out of mangrove. Over here we don't have warped wood yet, but we're gonna have a barbershop made out of warped wood. Post office made out of bamboo. And a candy shop made out of cherry. And then whatever wood we have left over, we'll use to make a blacksmith's, a clothing store, and a big ugly copper core warehouse. Copper core needs a logo. I need a logo for copper core. I'll see what I can come up with. I'll see what I can come up with. That would be a fun thing for merch. To have like copper core merch. I'd buy it. That's what counts. Like I said, now I got this laid out, now I can actually start, I can keep working on the next Stonevania episode, because I know what I need to build and where I need to build it. So now I can keep working on that. But anyways, yeah, I think we made some very good progress. We yapped a lot, we wandered around a lot, you learned a little bit about me, my backstory. And I hope that you guys had a fun evening on this lovely Friday. Anthony says, I definitely would buy it. It would be easy to get past due to it not being bright pink. Ah. I gotta come up with some incognito merch. We'll make some cool stuff. So yeah, let's goodbye, Bean. Goodbye, good night. Wherever you are in the world, it's probably pretty late. It's getting late for me here. But good night, thank you for hanging out. But yeah, we yapped, we wandered, and in the end, we actually got some work done. So, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. The zoning out's coming back. Well, I had a lot of fun hanging out with you guys tonight. It was a fun day. I had a job interview, I found an art fair, and then I got to chat with you guys for a while. I got to chat with my chat. So, remember, tomorrow for Valentine's Day, make sure to tune in to hang out with me, Hinata, and possibly Mystic as we fumble our way through Monster Prom, Monster Camp, and Monster Road Trip. That is going to be a lot of fun. And remember, if you're in the mood to do something for Valentine's Day, but you don't have a honey to spend it with, celebrate Felix's 1-year gotcha anniversary. Tomorrow's gonna mark officially 1 year since I picked him up from the shelter, so if you want to do something special on Valentine's Day, but you don't have, you know, a love of your life to spend it with, go to a local shelter and you're allowed to go play with the cats. Go to a local shelter and go play with the cats. Go play with the dogs. It helps socialize them and you get to have fun. Make Valentine's Day a day of supporting your local shelters in honor of Sir Felix Valentino, wherever the hell he went. I'm gonna try to work on a little anniversary video for him. Just, you know, commemorating having him for a year. Adopt-iversary, yeah! So Valentine's Day, make it a day to support your local shelters, so you don't have to think about how lonely you are. Because there's plenty of animals who are lonely too, you know? And you can go spend some time with them, make their day special. What time will it be? It'll be... I'll try to aim for 2 o'clock my time. So that'll be... I need to check mine. I use the weather app to check the time zones around the world. Because it gives you the weather and the time in a bunch of different places. That's how I use it to keep track of, like, time zones between friends in, like, England and South Africa and stuff. Let's see, so right now it's 11:40 for me. On the East Coast, it's 1:40. 1:41. That's 11, 12, 1. 2. So I'll be going 2 o'clock my time, which will be 4 o'clock Eastern time. And you can do the math from there for whatever your time zone is. But that'll be 4 o'clock Eastern time, 2 o'clock Mountain time. Just keep your notifications on. I want to try to make it like not an all day, but we're gonna go for pretty long. So like I said, I want to go through all 3 of the games. I want to go through all 3 of them. So we'll be on for quite a while. If you missed the first half, you can join us for the second one. If you missed the second one, you can come back for the third one. 24 hours. Yes, 24 hours of Monster Prom. That's what we're gonna do. But that is gonna be a lot of fun tomorrow. I can't wait. It's gonna be a lot of fun with Hinata. Like I said, hopefully we can get Mystic in there. And we'll just have a lovely day pining for cool looking monsters. But anyways, there we go. I hope you all had a good time. I hope that you all, if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope that you all have a lovely weekend. But thank you so much for stopping in. Thank you all for watching. Remember, if you are enjoying the videos or the VODs or anything else that gets put up on this channel, make sure you leave a like, leave a comment, and make sure to subscribe so you don't miss a moment of my cute face. Who needs a Valentine when you could just hang out with your favorite streamer? I'll see y'all tomorrow. This has been the Brave